Dark Knight Returns, 40th anniversary. Big boy stuff today. Big boy stuff, and it looks like we are good on live, which means there's nothing else left to say, but um hello everybody out there in comic book land. My name is George Serrano, aka The Don, and if you're listening to this, you can only be here for one reason. It's a brand new episode of the Major Issues Podcast, brought to you each and every week by ComicBookClique.com. And as always, I am never alone. Sir, if you could please introduce yourself.
My name is John Escudero, aka Yogi.
The Dark Yogi returns for the Major Issues Podcast, and we are here for a very monumental reason. 40 years, the 40-year anniversary of The Dark Knight Returns, one of the most seminal Batman comics to ever exist. With it constantly being in conversation, I won't lie, the anniversary kind of slipped underneath my radar. Kind of would have thought DC would have been doing a lot for this, but to be honest, they're on their own run in the future, kind of going forward
Well,
with this.
to be fair, they are releasing The Dark Knight Returns again. Like they're reprinting it exactly the same way it was printed 40 years ago. You can buy the facsimile now on February 26th, I
Okay,
want to say.
okay.
Yeah.
We're
So that's
rolling,
gonna be fun.
we're rolling this sucker back out.
I
Um,
I'm gonna buy the shit out of it too. I'm gonna buy it in every. I'm gonna buy the Dark Knight Returns in like every version that I can. Like I swear, it's that big to me.
it's definitely a legendary book, and I know you're a massive fan. You just purchased the absolute version, the actual art gallery version, right? Of the
It's a gallery version. If they have an absolute, I have to hunt it down. They probably do. I'll get that shit too. And, I swear I will. Yeah, it's the gallery edition. It's got like every page is like the original art, or at least all the original art they can find, because
yeah,
it's all been sold off to collectors, and it's impressive that they're able to like hunt down as many people as they have been to get this many original art pages all in one place. It's an incredible piece of work. Like I never imagined something like that even existed.
yeah.
I just thought it was like an absolute. I thought it was just an absolute, like a big version. I was like, oh, I'll get it maybe. But knowing that it was that, I was like, holy shit, it's
Half the size of
awesome.
normal man. That book, that art book is huge.
It's awesome.
Um, so massive Batman fan here. When did this book first get on your radar? Do you remember whether this was a recommendation, whether this was like top 10 Batman books you have to read before you die? Obviously, were both we both weren't born when this book came out, so this book and its legend predate us quite a bit. So I wonder what your journey was finding this story.
It was one of the early books. Like it's so early. I don't know if I remember the first time that I read The Dark Knight Returns. Like
Yeah,
I've read it a lot too, but it would have been maybe one of the first few books that I ever read, like when I was taking comic books seriously. Like
yeah,
they always say, like these are the stories. These are the books to read, and it's like Watchmen, The Dark Knight Returns, Kingdom Come, all the top 10 books. When I was running through those first, kind of building my taste, I guess,
yeah.
The Dark Knight Returns was an early one, so it was a pretty seminal foundational reading for me. I was like, wow, this is what comics could be.
Did
What
you
the fuck is this?
did you kind of keep like circling around it because eventually, I know this is a book you've read many times, right? I'm assuming gaining more and more appreciation as you read it, as you get
It,
older.
it's definitely one of those things where first I read it one time, and then I just continue to do everything else I'm reading DC lore, I'm reading Marvel lore, I'm like reading other comics, and then they announced they were going to do an animated version of it. And they were
Yes.
like, no, we swear this is different. We're gonna do like a real animated adaptation, like a real one. And everyone was like, yeah, all right, we'll see, because those 75-minute ones are like they're all right, but that 75-minute time limit is locked in. You
Yeah.
gotta fit it where you get it. So like shit is getting cut out. but
Yeah.
they swore they were gonna cut like nothing out. And so we were like, okay. So I went back, I read the shit out of it again. Part one comes out. The it was so long that they were gonna split it into two movies. And I was
Yeah.
like, okay, this is why we're giving it a chance. So part one comes out, I read it again, part two comes out. It was perfect. Obviously, there were things that there were like changes I'm sure we'll discuss later on. But it was that period of time where it was like read the book, watch the movie, read the book,
Yeah.
watch the movie. And then it's like after that, I would always come back to it. It's just I was obsessed. It was I while I don't remember the first time I read The Dark Knight Returns, I remember the way I felt reading The Dark Knight Returns, which is like now it's so to me anyway, it's such a regular thing in pop culture that I feel like everybody knows all the story beats, maybe.
Yeah.
But at the time, I only knew that it was about an older Batman who had retired and was coming back. And it was like, you're still in that place where you're building your own lore in
Right.
your brain. Like, your everything that you read kind of counts. Like, holy shit, like, this is what the future is. Like, this is Batman's future. Holy shit. So that's kind of how I took it the first time. Everything I read was like blowing my mind. Like, these things, I might as well have picked it up off the shelf in 1985. I didn't know a fucking thing that was
Yeah.
going to happen in this book. It was incredible. Yeah, it blew my fucking mind.
I think I knew about the Batman Superman of it all, but the most recent time I would have read this, like you said, it would have been in my first like collection of graphic novels. But to be honest, they reading them disconnected takes away a lot of the context of what this was. So I think you need an initial reading of this book, like I was able to do. The most recent reading I did prior to this reading here was actually 10 years ago when I started Comic Book Click. The whole idea of this started with an entire month of me watching Batman and Superman content to get ready for Batman versus Superman, which would come out. It's the 10-year anniversary of that is next March. So I went and I rewatched that, and somewhere in the middle of, I guess, twirling my mustache and being a more refined comic reader, my mind started to look back at this with the memories of the animated version, which a lot of times can come across as like cool for cool's sake because it doesn't have the deep inner monologue that the book had. So I found myself almost hand waving it as like a really cool Elseworld story. And then reading it now for this 40th year anniversary, you just realize how much of what modern comics, especially modern Batman, is because of this book. And one of the things, and we'll get into it when we like get into the nitty gritty of this, that I think is becoming more of a hallmark as I continue to read Frank Miller's work, is his protagonist has a certain, I don't know if it's a healthy level of self hatred going on in all of his books. It's the Catholic guilt
I
with Matt, right? In Daredevil.
yeah.
Marv thinks he's a piece of trash in Sin City. He's always talking about like, no one would love me. Damn Goldie might love me or whatever like that. And in this, Batman has like Bruce in this has like this almost werewolf quality where he's like
I,
Batman is bursting out of him, but there's also this self-deprecation in regards to him getting older and like his feelings as a regular man. He wants to be bigger. He wants to be Batman all the time and the biggest version of Batman, especially now. When I say now, I mean like in the story, in the time of the story, the world demands a bigger version of Batman, and there's almost a beating up of oneself for not being able to be that. Did you get any of that from this reading going through?
there was definitely a lot of self hatred in this Batman. I wouldn't even call him Bruce. Bruce is like objectively dead in this book. Like that's a
Yeah,
point that they make over and over. Like Bruce is a husk. Like when in the years that he wasn't Batman, he might as well have been dead, and he
yeah,
was looking for a way out. Like fuck, I don't even care. I
yeah,
don't care about
yeah.
anything.
Right.
Uh, so like Batman calling out to him is like his true self taking over. Like
Yeah,
I love that, but also the self hatred. It also works as it's addressing some of the criticisms that you might get before they even happen, like a
Right.
shield,
Yeah.
like straight up. I think one thing that Frank Miller was really trying to accomplish here with his writing specifically was he was trying to speak to like a person that would read a novel rather than a person that would read a comic. That was like a real goal of theirs. Like at the time, we want to reach out to book readers. We want to reach out to the book market. So like that there I felt like it was Batman addressing something that an adult might think about Batman the character before they can even think about it. Like right off the back, like these are the things I hate about me. Or
Yeah.
like there was a lot of like the Batmobile. Dick named it that, something a child would say. Like it's things like that,
Putting a lampshade on stuff. Yeah. So
which
that's
I was fine with
yeah.
considering what the mission was and what it ended up accomplishing for not
Yeah.
just Batman either, like all of pop culture, bro. Like
I think
insane.
the reason I bring up the self hatred is I think that it actually grounds the story more than the animated version does because you don't get that inner monologue. So in the well, obviously we'll get to all these juicy moments, but like in the mud fight, right? In the mud fight in the actual story, or even one of the earlier fights in the dump, he's like, I'm gonna die. Like this guy is like he's whooping my ass. Like I'm barely getting through this. But without that inner dialogue, he just looks like a badass whooping on people. Without any of the self doubt being expressed, without any of the feelings, in his own head of like I'm too old, I'm too slow. I should have been, I should have been stronger here. I should have been more direct here. Without any of that, it just looks like a guy who decided to put the Batman suit back on and be a badass for 2 hours. And I think that the book
That's
really sits
honestly,
on a level of like of humility that I think really helps ground it.
I think that's one of the biggest failings of the animated version of the story is that it doesn't have, not just that it doesn't have the end of the monologue, but a way to translate the things that were being said. Because there were some times where they did do that, but it was like once or twice. And I was
Yeah,
like, we could have really made more of an effort to really express how he's feeling, especially like you said, when he was complaining about the way his body feels. Like, oh, I'm in pain. I'm blacking out. I can't black out now. It's too soon.
yeah,
Like that, like you said, it grounds it, makes it relatable, especially if you're reading this as an older person, which is exactly what they were trying to reach. Which
yeah,
is interesting because usually these stories are written for like not just kids, but the younger. And at the time, it would have been more just kids.
yeah,
But today, even today, it's written with more like most adventure stories and movies are written for like the man, or the woman in their prime
yeah,
who wants to tackle the unknown. Like, but this was written completely from the other side of the life.
yeah.
Like, I'm an old man, my back hurts, my knees hurt, but damn, the city is dying and they fucking need me.
I think of
So I'm
like
gonna do it anyway.
I think of like
Think of being a
trans-
parent.
I think of like pop music, right? Like you get to eventually an age where when pop music is like, and then we'll just be out until forever. Where you're like, I can't be out until forever. So like I remember feeling that way, but I don't got it. I don't got it in me
But
anymore.
it's Bruce is the nut that stays out anyway. Like, you're 40 years old, bro. You are 40 years old. You don't need to be in the club, and he is in the club. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck. I'm
yeah,
in. I'm in a club.
yeah,
I gotta be. Look at all the hoes. I
yeah.
gotta be. Except that the hoes are the dying and the poor, and
But yeah,
I
yeah,
need to save them.
there's that too. This is obviously this breakdown is going to be enriched by your knowledge of this art gallery version of the book, and then there's an exceptional um documentary that they put out for the 20th year anniversary for this that really colors in a lot of the stuff that it's kind of cool that me and you, I feel like, but through this long journey of tackling these comics, we've kind of gotten the instinct on certain things where we'll read something and come up with a question of like, why was that there? And it's almost all explained in the documentary. Everything was so purposeful. Um, I'm like looking at like we obviously like to chat before we do these things, and like questions I would have asked you or just answered outright in the in the book there. Um, and there is a line in this that Miller says where he's describing his Batman that immediately points to the absolute Batman comparisons that we were talking about. I'm really, really excited to get into. So before we get into the full book, we're gonna get into a little bit of how this book got made, and get a little bit of homework done up front. So, I gotta show this very pretty cover. The Dark Knight Returns is a four-issue DC miniseries by Frank Miller, illustrated by Miller and Klaus Janson, with colors by Lynn Varley. Set in an alternate future, it follows a 55-year-old Bruce Wayne who comes out of retirement after 10 years to reclaim the mantle of Batman. As he wages war on crime, he clashes with Gotham's police, the U.S. government, and revive foes Two-Face and the Joker, and ultimately a government-aligned Superman. So the big thing about this is, to understand how big this book was, you kind of have to understand what books were before this book came out. And they make it a great point to say that at this time, comic books were really irrelevant to adults and society. Like, it wasn't telling those kind of stories. You had some occasional stories like the stuff that they were doing with Green Lantern and Green Arrow. Is it Green Lantern, Green Arrow? Long traveling heroes.
Fucking Neil Adams and Denny O'Neil.
Yeah.
Green Arrow, Green Lantern. Then you had like God Loves Man Kills.
Yeah.
Over at the X-Men side. You did have some things that people would go like, look, this is for adults could read comics too, but it was still like very much made for that what the other audience in mind. Like, you were still grounded in what comics were, you know.
We're doing like this slow sort of quicksand crawl out of the seduction of the innocent era, where they had to basically flush out any sort of relevance in all of these books to make them more colorful and more pop heavy. And also there's financial incentive to make these things as flimsy, right, and short and whatever as possible. If you're just selling them at the drugstore or whatever, and you're just getting these money out of these kids, it wasn't looked at to be anything. It wasn't looked at as a medium that was supposed to be for like deep philosophy or nuance or any of this kind of stuff. And majority of the stories were rooted in sci-fi and fantasy, so you never really had to tackle real life problems if you're fighting the glip glorps from the whatever system, right? So that was a big thing. We were just talking about it. Not only did O'Neil and Adams do great work for DC in like general, but they would also redefine Batman for a more adult audience. And they start to, long years Batman, Blue Batman, fighting Ra's al Ghul, all that kind of stuff there. And it had a heavy ass, Batman 66 is the Adam West show, right? So just a decade prior, is literally Bat Tootsie and all that kind of stuff. They're dragging this character back into a level of seriousness. And they were also trying to, as always, right, get ahead in a sort of dipping industry. A big thing that ends up happening is the graphic novel ends up getting created by Will Eisner. And it kind of changes what comics can be. Graphic novels end up creating an entry point for guys like Alan Moore and Frank Miller to create more adult stories. And by creating these more adult stories and having them in a graphic novel format, they end up having a level of permeance, like classic literature, like a Robin Hood book or something like that. They're not a single issue in a long-standing, series. They're a novel, something that can sit on your shelf and have a permanence, especially in this story, right, where you kind of get to write the end, ish. I have not. I also want to say this ahead of everything else. I've not read The Golden Child and one after this. Have you have
The Master Race?
Yeah,
I've read this. I read Strikes Back. I didn't read the other ones. It's kind of like The Matrix. It's like, the first one is iconic, legendary, changed everything, and the others are there.
Yeah,
they are there. I would like to ignore them because just like The Matrix, a lot of, especially in Strikes Back, I can't speak for Master Race or Golden Child. I heard that those are actually not bad.
Okay.
Because Frank Miller plotted it and Brian Azzarello wrote it. But as far as Strikes Back, it steps on a lot of stuff from Dark Knight Returns, and I was just like, I don't ever want to acknowledge this as part of that. Like, I never want to think about Bruce Wayne and Carrie Kelly in a
No,
relationship.
yeah, not
Like
good,
I don't want to think about. I never want to think about that ever.
not good.
I think like so those things don't exist. But I feel like they should be like maybe maybe you should read them if you're like a historian, if you're like a comic historian, you should probably know what Frank Miller was thinking with these
I
characters.
I also have to say, right, that sometimes with comics, especially with just the sheer amount of them, I can be tricked by recency, right? Like what I read the most recent, whatever. And I think a little bit of the reason why I was side eyeing this, part of it was like I said, I was remembering the movie, just being like badass for badass sake. But the other part of it was me and my feelings of his Batman and Robin, All Star Batman and Robin that came out. And so I started to wonder if he was just kind of bombastic for the sake of being bombastic. But here, trapped in this era, I don't think. Yeah, it's an amazing read. But what I didn't realize is like I'm obviously Frank Miller, great work, but one of the unsung heroes of this story is a woman named Jeanette Kahn, who is the DC president around this time, and she claims that the goal is to becomes to like reestablish comics as a sophisticated form of entertainment. Um, there's not many humongous women at the top of the comics industry at this level. I had not heard of Jeanette Kahn. That's my ignorance. But what a trailblazer it seems like as she talks about these mediums in a more sophisticated light, and we'll get into. I'm gonna mess up his name, but uh,
Dick
Jord
Giordano.
Giordano also seems like that type. Also seems like the type behind the scenes that really championed this new era of graphic novel of sophistication of treating this as not a disposable art form. Again, people really need to understand that when they look at these old comics and they see 5 cents in the cover, that's literally what they were, and you can buy them, at drugstores. So the reason why a lot of the older comics are rare is because people were throwing them out. They were just tossing them, in boxes and losing them. It wasn't because they were any bad, but it was looked at as a disposable, cheap sort of medium, meant to be that way, affordable in that way. But this whole new regime change with Dick and Khan looked to really change all that. Can you speak to any of that?
Yeah, Jeanette Kahn is such an underrated force in like comics. Like she came from the book market. She came from the regular book market, and she came with all these different ideas that people in comics didn't have about how to sell comics and who to sell comics to. And that changed like everything. Bro. That is the reason why comics are still alive today. The graphic novel, the trade paperback. It is like a seminal function, a gear that you can't even imagine comics existing without today.
100%.
And it literally can't because that would be like half the financials gone.
Yeah.
That's how important she was to comic book history, and I feel like we just don't hear her name enough at all.
I feel like if Watchmen doesn't hit New York Times bestseller, that changes the whole, right? Changes the whole perception and reputation of comics.
Everything. The Time magazine article that helped blow comic books up for adults. Oh, comics are not just for kids anymore. And it's like Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen, Mouse, and like all that great shit that came out in 1986.
Hmm.
But then there's Dick Giordano, who Frank Miller says like he would get scared about the things the themes that he was addressing in the Dark Knight Returns, and Dick
Yeah.
would push him to be like, "How about you make it even darker?
Yeah.
Like, how
Yeah.
about you make it even worse?"
Yeah.
And like that's like these are the silent forces that helped make the Dark Knight Returns what it was, and I definitely am glad that we're able to give them their flowers here today.
100%. 100%. And obviously, we can't talk about this book without talking about this young man right there. He kind of looks like Dan, young Dan. But this is
He does.
he does a
He
little bit,
does.
right? But But Frank Miller, man, he ends up before Dark Knight Returns, he ends up getting a lot of notoriety for his work on Daredevil. He starts on pencils before actually writing it, and a lot of people said that at this time, when he was younger, he was considered a sponge, and he was absorbing all aspects to what makes a comic. I mean, eventually he ends up writing and drawing his own comics, right? So like, he really became a student of the game. Um, what I love is that while this is happening, and you're talking about like trying to redefine, we are currently now right in a restructuring of DC and trying to redefine, what comics are and kind of up the sophistication of it and up the maturity of it again. So watching this conversation happen 40 years ago is like it's one of those like things never change, sort of like cyclical nature of the business kind of things because the same way we talk about like Scott Snyder and Jason Aaron, doing Batman and Superman for the Absolute Universe, Khan goes and seeks out Frank Miller. Like if we're doing cool shit over here on DC, or at least we're attempting to, and I want that guy who's doing cool shit over at Marvel. Sits down with him and asks him what his dream project in comics is. And according to Miller, he was asked what he wanted the most, and he said freedom. That level of freedom wasn't normally it didn't normally exist, but with the industry evolving and Khan trying to snag Miller, concessions were made. And I love whenever she speaks about this, she speaks about it as a like something obvious. We talk all the time, right, about how DC gets in the way. I'm talking more like on the film side, right? Gets in the way of like creatives that they hired. It's like, well, you hired this person to be, whatever. Why are you stomping on them while they do what their trademark is? And for good or for bad, and I think it's mostly for good, they gave Frank free reign over this book. Um, and she knew that was the only key to his success was to be able to be hands off, which was definitely not the approach of any of this stuff at the time, right? We're just now taking out, not just now, but like at the time, taking off the comics code stuff off of these books, right? And so, um, really prophetic stuff to see this talent, right? Seek them, give them what they want. Our Blanche over this entire thing, give them uh, creative control, as we've heard learned in the past, may not be the best for everybody, but my man gets creative control. And he starts off by writing Ronin for DC in 1983, and it felt like a testing ground. It felt like he was testing the boundaries of his freedom under one of the big two, right, which are the most rigid, as they would be. They're owned by humongous companies and all that money that gets tied up into that. It felt like he was trying to push boundaries, and they were trying to see if his boundary pushing was worth it. Like they were both
And
kind of trying to test the waters here.
he he also like during his process writing Ronin, drawing Ronin, he learned so much and got so comfortable first that the Dark Knight Returns wouldn't be what it was if he hadn't gotten the opportunity to write and do Ronin first.
Yeah,
Like I feel like even if even if people don't know what Ronin is, if you're like a big Frank Miller fan, you have to read that because it's so important in the formation of him as a legend.
yeah, really, really does. And it's all DC needed to know that this they made the right bet, that they picked the right guy. And so,
It flopped though.
yeah,
Like to me, it didn't sell
yeah,
shit,
yeah.
but
I mean, it didn't
it's an
have a
important book.
yeah, it didn't have any of the key characters attached to it. And I think that's another reason why he kind of did it. He talks about how Dick Giordano comes up to him and asks him to write Batman, and he's like, I don't have anything new to offer the big three, like but Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, like all these other characters. Like, why would you get me for that? Which speaks to why he would do something like Ronin if he really truly felt that way, right? Like, I'll just tell my own story. Like, I don't have to uh, tell one of yours, but um, he is hesitant about it, but he asked for Klaus Jensen as inker. Khan mentions that it was key not to smother Frank with editorial notes and changes. They truly wanted to see what he was capable of. Um,
Don't scare him.
don't
Don't
scare him.
scare him away.
100%. Uh, Frank. Talks about how he was bothered by how closed in comics were, and that how they rarely affected the world outside, and vice versa. He chose to explore the social issues affecting the country and inject them into his next work. We'll talk a little bit about how his characterizations of some of the elements of the story, and then kind of get into the nitty gritty. We can't talk about Dark Knight Returns without talking about Miller's Batman. What do you think about this absolute tank of a Batman? What is your take? Like when you close your eyes and you think of Frank Miller's Batman, what do you think of? What thoughts come to mind?
Oh, I I see your background image. Where it's like him with the damn mouth with the with the teeth. He's the happiest he's been in a long time.
I,
He's
I
just in
have
a
these
fight.
images. I have these images written like not like Batman one, Batman two, but like first thing that comes to mind for my own notes. This is called Giddy. He is giddy. Get back into punching somebody in the face.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think of. I think of this monster Dark Knight Bruce over here, which it's another. It's also fun watching that Batman evolve in this story.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely, I think old, I think grizzled, I think, that light. Right? This is not a mud pit. This is a surgical table.
This isn't a mud pit. This is an operating table,
Yeah, like
and I'm the surgeon.
those lines, those cold lines. Good little soldier. This would be a good place, a good way to die. Like those cold ass neo noir cop fucking one liners. I definitely think of that stuff.
Some
Um,
of my favorite stuff is not even the cool. It's not even the cool. Sometimes it's like the absurd, funny stuff. Like, cause that's one thing I feel like a lot of you. Obviously, Dark Knight Returns has a legacy,
mhm.
and the legacy can sometimes make people look back on the book like it did something wrong. Like fuck that book. But people that took the wrong lessons from the Dark Knight Returns really took control of the way the 90s worked in comics and it blew up. And that's just what everybody wanted until nobody wanted it anymore. They just thought it was going to make them money. Obviously, the story of the comic bubble popping.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
a lot of the things that they missed was sort of the whimsy or the humor that's under the seriousness. Bro, like during the mud pit scene, obviously, we're talking about that. You got the mutants watching it. Two of them are Rob and Don. They're just
Oh
goddamn
yeah, yeah,
hilarious. The whole book.
yeah.
I hope Rob's what do you say? He's oh Batman nasty. Batman don't shiv. And he's like, God, I hope Rob don't say balls nasty.
Yeah.
Balls nasty. I was like, I love this. I love this damn book.
Yeah, and a lot of the humor is in the absurdity of the world around him. I think as a young kid, I was kind of like, let's just get to the Batman of it all. But I think Frank does put a lot of that stuff in the background, and I think a lot of what makes his Batman, what it is in this is the culmination of the world that he's created, which is why when you take this Batman out and place him in a fresh world, it's kind of jarring because the math hasn't been done to make him what he is here, in my opinion. But he says that this version of Batman, and this speaks a lot. Like this is like okay, yeah, is the father figure Gotham, and is here to straighten out the chaos. We've long since debated whether or not this was like a death wish sort of old man coming to clean up the streets, and it's kind of what it is. Kind of how Frank saw him. So he sought out to make Batman a mythological figure with Gotham as a living entity, which is something that is being used to this day, right? Constantly retooled and making Batman a character, and them being as important. There's as many splash pages, or sorry, there's as many pages of dialogue and action pages of the Gothamites as there are of Batman in this. And so him making the world building part of the story, and
I love
there's
I love those with the Gothamites. I love those they splash all over the place. They're just one page stories of like things that happen in Gotham. Like
yeah,
the lady walking down the street, they drop a bomb in her purse. Like shit like
the
that. That
guy
just
at the porno
makes the
theater or whatever the
city.
fuck going on.
Yeah, it really the fucking theater shooting. Like it really makes Gotham not just feel alive. Like this is horrific world building. Like
Yeah,
it makes Gotham feel like a scary place to live in. And I think, funnily enough, that's the way he saw New York at the
yeah,
time. It's
yeah,
like that and I'm like, well, it's hard to argue that, I guess. But also thinking of the way that New York in the 80s has been described to me, the burned down buildings and the gangs everywhere. And this is exactly what Gotham was. Which, funny enough, they steal this whole vibe for RoboCop.
yeah.
I was like,
And
I didn't
again, someone
fucking
has to
know
clean up
that.
the streets, right? Someone has to come
The
up.
whole thing, I didn't know that. I thought it was a coincidence, or maybe this is just a style of the way things are going on down there. I didn't fucking know RoboCop took so much directly from The Dark Knight Returns. I know Frank Miller worked on RoboCop 2,
Yeah,
right? But I didn't know that it was so directly connected. Like, I didn't
and
know
then he
RoboCop
gets
basically.
RoboCop to voice Batman in.
Oh, it comes all the way
Yeah,
around in the animated series. They get RoboCop to voice The Dark Knight Returns Batman. It's
yeah,
incredible.
yeah. What a cool sort of feedback loop that they created there. Um, So the main thing about this Bruce is like we were talking about, right? There's this war between Bruce and Batman boiling over. His retirement is just isn't fulfilling. Like you said, he basically might as well be dead. And the return felt like an eventuality. I think everyone around him almost feared him want getting relapsed, right? Like it feels like Gordon was all like, "Yeah, we're not coming back," right? And Alfred's like, "Yeah, we're not. You're not doing that thing again, right?" Um, he comes across almost like an addict in this. And yeah, like I said, there's so many moments where he literally physically looks like he's fighting back the urge to just become Batman, rip off his shirt and just be Batman. And once he does make that choice, like you said, there's very little Bruce Wayne left, if any. He becomes an entity, a force of nature, only bent on righting the perceived wrongs of his city. You don't see him come back and have an omelet. You don't see him drive, to the store. There's no kind of dialogue about what Bruce wants and what Bruce, what he cares about at the end of the day. He's all Batman all the time.
It, Frank Miller, there's an interview. I think I can't remember which magazine it's in, but it's in one of the magazines that come out before The Dark Knight Returns, and he says the quote that I think everybody runs with for the rest of fucking life, where he goes, Bruce is dead. Like Bruce Wayne is the mask. Like Batman
He's the
is
one
who
that
he is.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And like people take that, they tattoo that shit on their ass. They ran away with that
Yeah.
forever. But for sure in this story, like for sure in this story,
Yeah.
Bruce is just this thing, and you can tell because, like you said, he doesn't even exist after a certain point. He just sometimes he's got the mask off because he's got to get stitched up, but he'll put it back on, or he'll go get the new suit because he broke the original one, or whatever the case may be. But it's never Bruce. Bruce is bullshit. It doesn't exist, which is great because that's exactly what we get in book one with the
Yes.
Harvey Dent thing. I
And
fucking love
even
that.
and even like they make a point to have Gordon be like, that whole act, your champagne, the grape juice or whatever that you're using for like champagne, like pretending to be a playboy, whatever, alluding to like knowing that Bruce was fake, and all that kind of stuff, all that stuff was fake. Um, Real quick, and we'll get more into it when we get there. But like, Frank Miller says, Batman is best described by his villains. The villains chosen in this were deliberate. Like Two Face shows Batman's duplicity, which we'll talk about when we get there. The mutant is like a wrestling match with a younger, less refined and savage version of him, more rage filled. And then Joker is Batman's nemesis in like the Greek tragedy way, like the shadow, like the thing, his opposite that will always um be in contention with him. And they don't say it outright, but they want to claim that this story is the first to sort of make Joker and Batman's relationship symbiotic.
I can't disagree with that. I mean, because it wasn't that far before that Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams made the Joker into the murderous kind of Joker that we know from. I would equate him to like the the animated series for the people out there that can't really think, that can't really don't really have a reference point. But
Yeah, because they do
they're the
laughing
ones who,
fish and all that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So they do that stuff, and that wasn't even that far before. That was like the decade prior. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to imagine that this was the first place to make Batman and Joker two sides of the same coin, order and chaos. You know, like it
yeah.
must have been like, whoa, that's so obvious. How can nobody have thought of this? Like,
So,
what a moment.
so here's the thing, and this is why I think it's so interesting. Because yeah, I think on the face of it, order and chaos, right? But Miller doesn't see Bruce as order. So it's a weird
I
kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a weird kind
I
of,
see.
it's a weird
I
kind of
think
thing. I
it
think he
depends
does.
because he definitely sees Batman as, in a general sense, bringing order to the chaos that Gotham City has become, and like almost a fascist
Yeah,
order.
yeah,
Like it's gonna be my way because you guys have done it wrong all
right.
this time. The power is in our hands. I do think that he sees Batman as order and Joker as chaos in a general sense. Obviously, you could poke holes in it,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
there's different reasons why. But I think generally, I do think that's what it is.
The reason why I bring up him not being order is because of these two um descriptors that Frank gives him that I think that I can see how he got there and I can see how his Batman exemplifies that. But I don't think it works in long form Batman. And I think that it is Chef's Kiss the description of absolute. First, easy anti establishment, right? I feel like whatever, everyone gets that. But the second thing that I thought was incredibly interesting was he called him a disobedient citizen. And that speaks to not following the quote unquote rules, laws, order, natural order of society, right? And choosing to then be disobedient to fight back against the order. Whatever the order is wrong. Therefore, he's not the order. He is the chaos. That's as Miller describes him, but it's almost an oxymoron because of the billionaire status, because of his status in society. I feel like the metaphor becomes it's perfect when they create absolute Batman. But this is the beginning of this idea of the he is the chaos, he is the disobedient citizen. He calls Bruce and Clark the terrorist and the soldier.
Yeah, yeah,
You
he
understand?
definitely.
So
This is, yeah.
there's a different mentality with him
Well,
looking at Bruce.
I
Obviously, he
think
is
at that point,
applying
I
order,
think at
but
that
yeah,
point, I think at that point it's because of what your definition of order is versus what Frank's definition of order is. I
fair,
think that's the clash that's happening here,
fair.
especially consider this is like 29-year-old Frank Miller out of 1980s horrifying New York City.
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't know
He's
how he
not from
thinks
New York. We
now.
should also say. I think if you're
Yeah,
from
yeah,
New York
exactly. Like an
and you go to
outside,
New
like
York, you're like,
so,
yeah, yeah.
he's like, oh my god,
He saw one dude
what is
jacking it on the
this?
train, and he was like, "I gotta write a graphic novel." This is horrifying.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I think I don't know. It's like at that time, in the context of the time,
Mm-hmm.
it would have definitely been like that's the that's something to root for. I think if you write it today, you have to do it the absolute Batman way because otherwise it comes off like punching down because of all the things that we're
Right,
going through right
right.
now. But at the time, it just wasn't. So I just that's definitely that's kind of what we had talked about when we did Absolute Batman. Like now we're just on the other side of the
Yeah,
spectrum, like
it's just
looking up.
it literally like this guy made the perfect recipe, and we've just Absolute Batman just found ways to enrich it. You do not get that without this. So I'm not obviously not poking holes in it, but I just found it funny of him calling him a terrorist because obviously while he's written as one, he's written as a terrorist in designation that is a freedom fighter that is doing these horrible acts to better society. Seemingly, that's his goal. And when I just thought of disobedient citizen, I thought of absolute Batman, like absolute Bruce Wayne. And when I think of terrorist, right, blowing up those buildings and all the stuff that he's done with his tank, similar to the Batman of this. I found that German of an idea very, very interesting, and what a cool way to expand upon it by making him truly a citizen first and foremost, after Batman, and then kind of getting that obedience out of him. Um, Robin, Carrie Kelly, a girl, girl. um, she serves as like an anchor in this book, and she to me is like the antithesis of everything, both Gotham and Batman. She's bright, she's joyful, she's enthusiastic. What I didn't realize was he initially didn't want to include the character of Robin at all. It was John Byrne who not only told him to include the character of Robin, but to make him a girl. And now Harry's like legendary.
It doesn't surprise me that John Byrne was like, "Why don't we put a teenage girl in it?" It's like, I was like, we should definitely put a teenage girl in it. And
Take a
Frank's just
sip.
like, "You're right.
Have you thought about
You're
a teenage
right."
girl?
You always say that, but
Yeah.
this time you're right.
Big Batman fan. Where does Carrie? What do you think about when you think about Carrie Kelly? What do you think about that, Robin?
I love Carrie. I
Yeah.
fucking love Carrie Kelly. She's so cool. I don't think she works outside of that context. I'm glad that she hasn't come back very much. Like they tried to do something in New 52. There
I
was like an
remember that.
abandoned storyline where I think she was gonna be like
You showed up to Barbara's house or
someone's.
something. Remember the guy? I'm Carrie
She
Kelly.
was
And he was
gonna
like,
be somebody's daughter, but she was Damian Wayne's like tutor or something. It
yes,
fucking sucks.
yes. I remember that.
It was stupid. They did it for the sake of a stunt. But
Yeah,
I'm glad to not have seen her become like a thing in outside of this context because in my mind, barring a couple details that I've changed, this is part of Batman's end. Like this is part of the end point for my Batman.
yeah.
Mixed with a couple of other things, and definitely adjusting Selena Kyle's design.
Yes, yes,
It's
yes.
like
You know
she
what's
doesn't end up looking like that in my canon.
That's fair. I could be wrong here, but like I'm looking at Carrie Kelly, and there's not really much of a background besides her getting saved by Batman, where she just gears up from Robin and Robin. Um,
Yeah, she's got neglectful parents,
yeah,
stoner parents.
yeah. But
That's
but what's interesting is we had a long conversation around when I guess maybe the 80th anniversary of the character of Robin came out, right? And one of my things was like I know the story of Dick. I get Jason. Damien's my bro. Him is the one I had a hard time putting my finger on. And then I ended up getting a huge appreciation for him because I'm like, oh, him is really the only Robin to choose to be Robin, that had the choice and made the choice and enthusiastically made the choice. And I'm seeing elements of him in Carrie, would have predated him for by a couple of years at this point,
oh yeah,
right? Because this would have been around Jason, which they talk about, right? They talk about like something's happened to
yeah,
Jason, and
he
he's
did.
very upset about it. He's very sad about it. Um, but yeah, I wonder how much of this was the precursor for a character like Tim Drake, who had parents, who had a home to go to, but still chose to be Robin.
Yeah, I actually never really thought about it. How it's Carrie Kelly's, I guess, her motivations for being Robin are similar to Tim. They just
Yeah,
saw a Batman who needed a Robin,
yeah, and just put on
and
the suit and they're like,
yeah,
fucking. I love
I'm
Tim
gonna
though,
go
but
try.
Tim's like blackmail. He's like, I know. Look, this you. I love that shit. We got to come to the one of the most controversial depictions in this story, depending on who you ask, and it is Miller's Superman. Uh, because at the time, quote unquote, vilifying Superman was a crazy concept. Part he ends up being defined as like part of the problem. He is literally a lackey for the government. As I'm reading through this, I love that I love this line from Iron Man 3, and now it's just burned into my mind whenever I think about this kind of stuff. But he is the red, white, and blue attack dog, right? He's the one. He is who the Mandarin is talking about in that in that instance there. And so Superman and America in this book are one and the same. They're both idealistic and they're both imperfect, but they both also maybe a bit, overreaching in their in their ability to think that they have the moral. sort of ground to tell people what to do and change things. What I didn't know was that most modern debates about Batman versus Superman come from this book. Is that interesting at all to you? That basically when we were born is what starts this whole sort of Batman could whoop Superman's ass kind of story?
Like I said, this book came so early in my reading that it was like I got exposed to it. Like I had already had years of Batman and Superman as friends from watching the animated shows and basically seeing every goddamn animated movie and every animated episode of the shows. So that was like this was like building upon that. So like in my mind, they were friends, and then I get to read them fight each other, and I get to have the debate naturally. I didn't have to come into this book even thinking about it. That was the beginning of the conversation for me too. So like I've never had the conversation before this book. Like so I know how you feel, comic book history. I'm just like you.
So, like, as somebody who read the Best Friends and at first, what did you think of the idea that they would fight each other? Did it seem like an obvious ideological issue, or did it seem like Frank was putting his thumb on the scale a little bit to make one feel more villainous or more antagonistic than the other?
You know, maybe it says something to how I thought about Superman.
That's what I
But
think.
I
That's why I'm
never
asking basically. Like,
yeah,
they
like cuz I never thought of it as being like not that it wasn't out of character. It was obvious that this Superman in my mind, he felt like he was wrong. He knew that he was doing some wrong things, but he felt like he was doing them for the right reason. And
yeah,
and I felt like he would do that, especially if he had this authority figures over him, and he felt like they were the people to listen to. It never felt out of character to me, I guess. But
yeah,
like
yeah.
obviously, with more reading, I see why people feel the way they feel about this book. But then like seriously, the depiction of Superman put some people off the book entirely. But I don't know. I see this book also as from the viewpoint of Batman. Like it's not like this is what Frank Miller just thinks of Superman as a concept. It's like as far as I know, he's like I want to have Batman beat the shit out of
Oh, that's
Superman.
yeah, that's literally what he said. He
Right?
said that that's part of literally why he did it was just the novelty of being able to write that story that he wanted, which is that Batman, just whoops on Superman a bit there.
And it's like we're just trying to get there. Like I never saw it as like this takedown of Superman. Like this is what he is. Like
Yeah,
fucking. Even though some people see him that way, they see him as a Boy Scout. They see him as somebody who would do this. They
I
also agree with Batman.
I wonder if because even like early in Captain America's career, and I say early, I mean like in the 70s, 80s, right? When you do the whole Nomad storyline, you have a definitive storyline where he sees the failings of America and makes that choice. I don't know if we have that Superman story until he denounces his regular citizenship and decides to be like a citizen of the world and the other sort of parts like that, taking down the Klan, etc. But for all his history, I could see why he would end up in this eventuality. Speaking of that eventuality, I also think that this is not a takedown of Superman, but a takedown of what the eventuality could be for a character like Superman if he continued to do what he does here, which is just follow orders.
Yep. Yep. 100%. I and I also feel like it was a vehicle for some other things that he had real issues with
Yeah, yeah,
in real life. Like Superman was definitely about to wear some suits that he might not have wore otherwise. Like Superman is about to be straight up be a Republican. Like
yeah.
that's what it was to Frank Miller. Like I'm gonna make Superman a Republican Superman, and he works for them.
What do you think about
And it's
Miller
like,
saying
well,
that
shit.
he doesn't think that they would be?
Yeah, that's interesting too. I don't agree with him on that, but he actually does. I've read further on what he thinks about their relationship, at least, and it's like he thinks that Batman and Superman almost shouldn't exist let alone in the same world, let alone as friends,
Yeah,
because they're both tackling the same problem almost from the same place, but in different directions.
Yeah.
Like they should always be at odds because how could they ideologically get along? Like it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. And so I get that, but I always figured like the idea is they got along anyway. Like that's part of like why that's kind of like my thing that I like about the world's finest. Like yes, all those things do exist, and that's why they brush up against each other. But they're bros anyway.
They challenge
I
each other.
I
Yeah.
yeah. Somehow in my twisted world, we also still get to Kingdom Come from here. They're gonna be friends in the
Yeah.
end.
You know,
Like you
that's what I'm
know,
saying. Like, I think my younger interpretation of this was like Superman is lame and Batman is so badass that he's tired of Superman's lame ass and has to deal with it. But this rereading right now really rang true that it is Superman becoming weaker because of his compliance. And Bruce is forced to confront Clark because he's realized finally that Clark won't confront himself. And this is a friend telling you, you know what I'm saying, that you kind of gone too far. It's similar. It's both friends kind of getting sick on each other. But I never took it as, I mean, even when they fight, Superman doesn't want to fight Batman. He breaks some ribs as like a precautionary measure, right? Like he can send his fist through fucking Bruce's head and doesn't. And Batman's obviously doing things to weaken Superman, but not outright kill him. There's no reason why he couldn't have done a kryptonite arrow and then just a regular fucking arrow, right
yeah,
behind it to kill his ass. So it's like it's a really rough play between brothers, but they are brothers. You know, at one point they make an allusion to like two people on the opposite side of the Civil War, but enrich that it's two
yeah.
brothers on the opposite side of the Civil War who grew up together and one of them moved away, and now they both have different ideas about what this country should be, but are fighting amongst each other. No love lost, but they both really believe in what they believe in. So yeah, I didn't take it. I definitely, on first glance, as a kid, look at lame ass Superman, you know, fighting for the government and Batman's so badass. And as an adult, I'm like, Batman barely fucking held it together. He needed like three forms of interference,
Yeah.
you, you know, and still,
All the run-ins.
and then
All
ult-
the
and
run-ins.
then ultimately wins because he fakes his death. Like, you know, like whatever you wanna, he wins by
He did
count
the
out or
Eddie
whatever.
Guerrero.
Yeah, he wins by count out or whatever. So it's like,
Yeah.
so it's really funny what I championed as a kid versus what I think now. So I can see why initially people, and I get a little exhausted of people putting this book as a reference without any of that, right? The whole, you know, Batman vs Superman debate I think is a bit tired, and it felt very strange to pull that book off of the shelves as the second book and as the second film in the DCEU. For the same reasons as I said, we hadn't established these two brothers on opposite sides of the war. They just kind of dropped these two soldiers in a battlefield, and that I read a book about this once, and I think it kind of would, you know, work in that sense.
And even that, even a lot of the things visually were misinterpreted. Like a lot of people think Batman kills.
Yeah,
Batman specifically, objectively, literally does not kill a single person in this book. And they make it an effort to say that multiple times. Like,
yes,
yo, Batman doesn't kill.
rubber
Batman
bullets, I
doesn't kill.
promise. Well, Batman hasn't
We're
killed a single
charging
person.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Or when they do the list of charges and they don't charge him with murder until a thing happens where we specifically are, the Joker thing happens.
mm-hmm.
So like, a
And
lot of
even
people
that, if some
swear,
people saw it, it wasn't him.
yeah, it definitely wasn't him. So
So,
like, I
it's
don't know.
it's
It's so crazy how this book can be so misinterpreted by so many different people on so many different levels.
yeah. The funny thing that you brought up about the fact that Batman doesn't kill, it's also said or also made a point that one of the people with the most fucking casualties under his belt is Superman in this for his actions in Cordo Maltese because of his actions at the behest of the American government. You effectively make a book where Superman has killed more people than the Joker. It's a very interesting characterization for that. But again, I can live in this world because we're living in a world of eventualities. I have to take my brain and go, Superman I know, add 10 years, 15 years in this world. What does that equate to? And it kind of adds up here. Um uh the only thing I found a little bit wanting was the characterization of the mutants, but I think it's just an easy way to have um guys that you could just beat into, right? Because if you couldn't
Yep.
make this like a Latin gang or a the Yakuza or but you know what I'm saying? Like you couldn't point society's problems to any one particular group. So you just create
There's
unrest
also
and create a gang, right? Like kind of a gang that doesn't really no one
that's
really
definitely
resembles
what
with,
that
and
was.
then
Like
you know beat into
it's
them with
almost
it.
like he gets to fight society, or his idea of society personified. Like
Hmm.
this is what I think of what is going on in the world. They are all the mutants, and I'm gonna beat the shit out of them and
Yeah.
take control. And they're gonna
Like
be under my
one of
wing
the
now.
characteristics that they have, and I call it dumb in comparison because I'm old, but like dumb slang. Like that's one of the like yeah, I'm just
I
fucking
I
like
love their fucking slang.
you
I
love the chicken
love their
legs,
slang so much.
licking tags.
Chicken legs, slice and dice. You know, some I saw someone call it dated, and I was like, you just never been outside of your town.
Yeah, I
Like
don't think it's dated. I just think
I
it's a
thought of
different slang.
specifically, Baltimore. Like
Yeah.
like Baltimore slang is indecipherable. Like I don't know what the fuck y'all talking
Right.
about. It's like, and I love that he created a slang for the time. Like they called it Valley Girl talk at the time. They had Valley Girl speak
Interesting.
back
Okay.
then,
Yeah, yeah.
and this was like based off of the Valley Girl talk. And so I guess I saw some people say it was dated. And I was like, nah, man, you don't
No,
know
I think it
slang.
fit. I think it fit
You never,
exactly. Yeah.
yeah,
And we should have that result because we're Batman. We're like, why are they talking
yeah.
funny? Why are these kids, doing 6'7" or whatever? Get out of here. Kind of
Batman,
shit.
Batman dusted. He's dusted.
Yeah, he's chopped, bro.
Leader don't
Slice,
shit.
slice and dice. He's chopped. Watch.
Slice and dice. I love that shit. And it's like I don't know, maybe because I have so much experience with slang, it's like it reads easy to me. Like Batman don't shave. And I was like, damn, Batman don't fuck around, boy. I get that shit. It's real easy for me. I like it.
It feels though like something that would annoy Batman. You know what I'm saying? Like these punk kids are walking around because they don't speak in complete sentences either.
It comes around for him too. The slang thing comes around. We'll get to it. I like that. He eventually accepts it.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, and even old girl, she's like,
figure I
don't
will.
don't be acting Billy or whatever. She says at one point. I'm like, what? What?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Am I reading this? Am I reading this right? Acting Billy? What's going on here? Um, the final thing I want to talk about. Oh, I have two things I want to talk about before we get into the book. Um, the role of media in this. It's huge. It's something that we talked about off air, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention with that I was saying, like something that I talked to you about off air, and then in the documentary, it's its own thing. I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. This was, intentional. But one of the interesting things is Frank Miller equates a cartoonist with an assassin who uses rubber darts, which is to say that the cartoonist has the ability to strike at the heart of any political, social, economic issues or problems. They won't kill the issue, but they do. They can hit it. They can, nail it. And he felt that he needed to do that in regards to the world around him. And he starts to say some stuff that I'm like, Frank, are you like a 40-year-old? I mean, a 40-year different fucking time traveler, like fortune teller? Because he's like, the world is run by amateurs. This is one of the words, one of the lines that he says. And then he says, you got these like petty reactions, like, like in regards to what's going on. Reporters, pundits, talk show hosts, paranoia, buffoonery, ignorance. And like I'm looking at the pundits in this and I'm like, fucking hell. Like this could have been written today with the sheer disingenuousness in which people spin topics and spin conversation and try to make themselves look better or look smarter. You know, all of that's in here and it's dense and it speaks to what is going on currently, but also I didn't realize that this decade is the rise of this. This is the growth of the 24-hour news cycle, right? You have 24 hours every day to make news. Well, guess what? What happens when you run out of news? Now you have to have two guys arguing for an hour about, abortions or whatever the fuck. And so the rise in the 24-hour news cycle creates the rise in talking head pundit panels, the emergence of celebrity psychologists and doctors. Dr. Ruth, the celebrity sex therapist, Phil Donahue, the talk show social debates, political commentators become household names like they have today, right? Where people know the names of like Charlie Kirk and stuff like that. TV psychiatrists explaining why crime and morality is the way that it is, right? They always would have some person up there going, well, in video games of today, and the music is really affecting whatever, creating panic and paranoia, and never any answers, never any solution. Just talk, just you know, babble. What do you say to the fiction of media in this book?
Frank Miller's quote about a cartoonist being an assassin with rubber bullets, and that speaks to so many different things, because not only is it absolutely true, but it made me realize that the cartoonists are not allowed to have that power today,
No.
and with it's some of the reason why they are there. It ironically is because of people who felt they were well-meaning, or
Mm-hmm.
people who took advantage of well-meaning people's ideas,
Yeah.
and just completely cut off any ability to criticize or talk about things. Otherwise, they were so worried about their own pockets that it was like, we have to, if a comedian says something wrong, if an artist draws something wrong, we have to cut it off. And a lot of times it was like, well, that makes sense, that person said a bad thing. The problem is, you set a precedent. This is what it's so like. Life is so nuanced, people. Nothing, no matter how much you believe it is, nothing is definite except for
Or
death.
universal. Like you can't
And,
just take one
and
circumstance, right, and use it to color every single other one. We by the grace of God, we were able to talk to Daniel Warren Johnson about his little cartoon, right? His little ice cartoon that he ended up drawing that ended up like blowing up all over the internet because it was a statement that was made through art, and that was shocking in 2025 that
and here's the thing,
you
like,
could draw something political in art and be shocking. He was like, whoa.
here's the thing about that book that I think is so funny, and I think it speaks to today, is that this Dark Knight Returns, Richard Nixon is in the fucking book. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's not like police, or it's not like random president man who's meant to represent this guy. It's like, that's motherfucking Nixon's in there, drawn straight up. Like,
Yeah.
you can't. That was the equivalent to if they had done the absolute Batman annual and it just said Ice. Like, he was
Yeah.
just beating the shit out of
Yeah.
Ice. Officers like,
Or you
you
had
can't
speeches by
fucking do
Donald
that today.
Trump, right? Or you just literally had Donald Trump in it,
Yeah, it's
the
just
sitting
straight up.
president at the time
Yeah.
in it. And that sounds bonkers because you would trace that up. Well, comics and Warner Brothers and who would sign off on that because they got dealings with blah blah. None of that was a thing 40 years ago. You know what I'm saying? This
It
was
was it was expected. Like,
yeah.
you expected a cartoonist in a newspaper to draw a funny cartoon, taking your ass down because you did a fucked up political thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just the way it was, and that was
And it's
important.
rubber bullet.
It's a
It's a
reason.
rubber bullet. Like, did it kill you?
Yeah.
No, it just, it is
Shit.
the tone of the time, kind of there.
Made you think, and I guess it was so interesting to think, like, wow, I almost, maybe I didn't really think about it this way before. Like, we fucking cut our own arm off here, like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
Little bit. The last thing I want to talk about is just the practicality of making the Dark Knight Returns. It was considered prestige edition format, 48 to 72 pages, with coded stock. So the difference would be comparing like the New Yorker and how that the paper that's printed on, actual news stock. It was meant to sit as a book on the shelves, and be a bit more hefty and a bit more stand out a bit more. Jake Giordano helped with the momentum. Something I didn't realize was that it was written in tandem with Watchmen. I would love to have been a fly on the fucking wall in that writing room, or the writing that hallway or whatever, as they talk about excitedly showing each other panels and story arcs from two of the stories that are going to change comics forever. Like, imagine just being in the room for that shit. Bonkers.
I've heard stories of like being in editorial at this time and just being like excited, like, oh look, we got the latest pages, and like everybody running around and see the new pages, like the original artist, and let's see what's up. And I can't imagine how fun that must have been, first of all, but also uh these two visionaries, Frank Miller and Alan Moore, like these guys would literally together at the same time. And there's other people who are involved too, but I think at a lesser level than these two right here. Like Frank Moore and Alan Miller
You just flipped them.
changed everything.
You Frank Moore and Alan Miller.
Frank Miller and Alan Miller. Frank Miller and Alan Moore. Not only did they change everything, but to find out that they were, like they were friends and they were talking about what they were doing at the time. Like, I'm making watching, I'm doing this and watching, I'm doing this in Dark Knight Returns, and then their fucking streams cross and they end up having similar themes at the time. And it's like, holy shit, this is really interesting to see how that chocolate and peanut butter mix. You wouldn't even think, like, you would just put them together because of the year they came out, because how seminal they were to comic history. But you wouldn't even think to be like, oh shit, they're friends. They're like sister
Yeah,
books.
they're
They're not
at
speaking
the.
to each other, but like they're on the shelf together, holding hands.
Mm-hmm,
Like
mm-hmm. And
what a
again,
time.
like, yeah, we're not talking about two books written in the same decade, literally in the same year. It's crazy stuff. Um, Miller talks about his rigid style and how he basically maximized the space by being dense on purpose. You had told me when we first started this read that this is like the most dense 4 issues you've ever read, and I went on to agree with that because, again, this man could have 15, 16 art panels on a single page, um, but very rigid in their layout. Mostly squares. And one of the things that I dug about it is that it was described as a narrative heartbeat, going from box to box, going from square to square, going from left to right, and those heartbeats will get more intense and pick up speed and pick up pacing during the action scenes, to be broken apart violently, intensely by a splash page, by a lightning crackle, or Batman busting through a wall, or something like that. It kept this kind of like pitter patter throughout the book that made it easy to follow, especially as it broke between big action scenes and then more so meandering pundit conversation.
They did like a really interesting visual thing where it was always on 16 panel grid. Like even if it didn't look like it, even if the grids were not there, it was always on that 16 panel grid. Like, and it was like the way they would play with that, it was interesting to see, because you close it off, or sometimes it would be 3 spaces wide and then one panel at the end, and then like the whole thing, it's like there's no panels, but it still takes the space of all 4 panels. But
Mm-hmm.
and then you turn the page, and it's like boom, splash, this is fucking massive, holy shit! And this is another thing that the industry took, and they didn't really
Understand it?
grasp or understand it. Like, oh, splash pages. Wow, everyone loves splash pages. Like, no, man, they were fucking with you before you got there. And then when you got there, it felt like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
that's awesome. Guy, look, all the fucking splash pages in this book are iconic images because of
Yeah,
how powerful, like, how much that shit hit. Every
yeah.
time you turn and you hit a splash page, it was like, that's sticking in my mind forever
Mm-hmm.
for the rest of time.
Yeah.
The industry just went and there's one every 2 pages. It doesn't fucking matter
It
anymore.
also allows it to breathe, right? You get to sit in that badass moment, that hero shot, that pose, or whatever. It really, really good like that, but almost unrelenting before we get there, right? Just kind of going from panel to panel, from scene to scene, from speech bubble to speech bubble. Um, he says he did it all with a Thai Conda Rosa, just regular ass pencil, because he doesn't like mechanical pencils. But I wanted to add that in there. Um, but we end up
There
finding.
was
Go ahead, really.
no, I was gonna say also another thing that thought was interesting that I don't know, I don't remember. I've been doing so much fucking research on this book, I don't remember where the quotes are coming from anymore. But I know that Frank Miller talked about how he was editing the comic, similar to like how they would edit movies, where it's like you can snip out a scene and then like move it over here, or like so he would like copy a fucking scene or cut it out, actually literally cut out the piece of paper and paste it on another fucking page, like. And we'll see, I guess, evidence of it later. But even when you read this book without knowing the background of it, you can kind of tell the way they flash back and forth between things that had already kind of happened in issue one, like memories or his crime alley
Yeah,
origin story, kind of like just like a whole scene is happening and then like one flash of the bat,
yeah, yeah,
like shit like that. Like that's awesome. I like that's unique. I don't know how many people do things like that today.
yeah. And again, this is all his work, is all his pencils, but he's the one who chose to work with Klaus Jensen, and he admits that they ended up clashing, and we'll talk about the creative changes like in depth when we can actually show and reference them. But they clashed in Miller's opinion because of the DC versus European style. He said he was taking a lot of stuff from European sort of sources of inspiration, as well as manga and Asian sort of sources of inspiration, and that Klaus was still very much on the rails of doing things as American comics did. It's just very interesting to me that he caught him out, if he felt that way, or maybe he just things got eventually somewhere to a point where the differences in their philosophy were too great as they continued down the road completing this book.
I think it's more that because they have worked together before. They done Daredevil
Yeah.
together.
Hmm.
They done so. I just think Frank after Daredevil, after doing Ronin and then getting the Dark Knight Returns, he just started like expanding. Like I've got all this creative freedom, and Klaus is like, I don't. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm
I'm
here,
here to do a
I'm
job.
doing
Yeah.
what they asked me to do,
Hmm.
and I we'll see later because I'm glad that you brought that up because I can see now why Frank made a lot of the changes he did that to me make absolutely no sense. Like I'm
Hmm.
just like, why the fuck did you? We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
And that is true in the sense that, like, if this book doesn't do well, I don't know if they go to House Jensen about it, right? Like this is
Yeah.
entirely unapologetically Frank Miller. So I can see him getting to a point of like, fuck it, we'll do it live, right? Like I'm gonna do it. Like I'm just gonna, what I'm saying? Like I don't. This is not coming out the way I want it. My name's on this. I'm busting my ass for this. I'm just gonna do it. Whether or not that's right or wrong in a collaborative team effort is not for me to say. But we'll talk about kind of what they went through. But another unsung hero in this is Lynn Varley on colors. Um, uh, Turns out the technique that they were using was incredibly tedious and complicated because the paper was too thick to hold the color without leaking it through to the following page. So they used to have to use black plates underneath to get this done. But this just speaks to the testament. It's just a testament of the dedication. Because I really do think the painted colors make this book stand out, especially at a time where um they didn't look like other comics on the show.
That's straight up what it was. Like all the other books are still using the four colors, the four colors on a printer. So like Lynn Varley comes with these mixtures that you can't possibly get out of those four colors. Like and it looks painted. Like you can see like the texture behind you. You can see the paint on this that gives it this feeling of like a sophistication compared to the other comics on the shelf at the time.
It's so crazy
And then,
because there's
like you
so
said,
many shots of the sky that are not really defined, but are defined by the dark and lightness of the painting. Even in the lightning strike one that you're looking at right there, there's no clouds.
yeah,
It's just blue and a lightning strike. But the composition of the density of the color where they need it to be just brings out everything that you need in that image. You don't need the extra clouds or birds or buildings or any of that kind of stuff if you can really get make that same effect with color.
having having been able to look at the original art at the same time as the finished product, I can say without a doubt that this is just as much Lynn Varley's book as it is Frank Miller's book. Art wise, like
Yeah.
her colors, her paint, they. Oh shit! Did I switch? That was so weird.
Yeah,
I
I don't know.
held my hand up and
I
I didn't.
don't know why.
Okay,
You're fine. It says you raised your hand.
put my hand away. Anyway, her colors changed so many things about this book from the original art from like Frank, like you said, it would just be an empty space. He won't do anything. The sky will just be an empty space, and he'll just worry about the book. And like her colors tell the story of the sky now. As a matter of fact, speaking of colors, it's the way that how do I put this? Her colors were also part of the storytelling,
Yeah.
which is, I mean, that sounds obvious, but what I mean is half this fucking book could just be black and white or whatever, and then as soon as the first few pages are like it's like really black and white, and then all of a sudden you get to see like Robin or something. It's like and then it's like a yellow cape. It
Hmm.
stands out because we haven't seen any goddamn color
Right.
all this time.
Yeah.
Bruce hasn't had any color until he got his Robin back. Like it's so fascinating.
Yeah. And it's its own part of the story, like you were just right. This progression, especially as you get to a darker Batman suit, so especially as you get to like some of these moments with the like it's gonna sound hyperbolic, but there's a million panels on each page, and each one is its own work of art. It makes sense to have the gallery version of this book because of how much work went into each individual piece of art in this. It deserves its own art gallery. But if you are ready, I'm ready to get into this book called Dark Knight Returns that we were just talking about. We're gonna do a little bit of a recap and review of of the first four issues of the four issues. Obviously, if you have the book, follow along. I'm picking out kind of choice panels that are gonna allow me to talk about the progression of this story. But uh, Yogi, I know you have the graphic novel there, so in case there's anything that you feel like we need to hammer on, let me know. But here we go, full spoiler alerts for a 40-year-old book. But let's go, let's do this. So, first and foremost, we start off our story with a retired Bruce, seemingly with a death wish. That's what you were talking about earlier. Doesn't seem really fulfilled in this lifetime. He's doing just like a NASCAR race. Think it's going on here?
He's definitely racing, but I laugh because you're not the first person to be like, "What the fuck is going on in this first page?"
Yes.
Like, what is actually happening
I tried to
here?
read through.
And
Oops. I tried to read through, and I didn't understand. I didn't like make out what they said was actually going on. But this also speaks to Tony Stark in Iron Man 2, who is literally dying at one point, decides to just jump into a race car and and do the fucking Tour de France or whatever's going on over there.
who doesn't jump into a race car during a midlife crisis or
You
whatever?
know,
Right? I'm saying
it's just something that you end
it's
up
a
doing.
man thing. It's just a man thing.
But they making a point early on in this book that Bruce, as a retiree, is just doing whatever um he gets to meet with Gordon, and they kind of discuss retirement. And I feel like while Gordon is a bit more like, "Hey, I'm glad Batman's gone," but like Bruce is not necessarily, uh, you know, feeling that way. Um, I love the mustaches in this book. I know it's a random thing to bring up, but I think that
Mustaches are back, bro. I don't
Gordon has
think
a
I can grow
fine
one.
mustache in this book, bro. Those curls, that hair,
You know what though? That one I think this is one of Gordon's best looks.
100%,
The
hundred
whole
percent.
thing he's got going on. But
Yeah,
that mustache has had to have been like the pride of his life.
yes.
Not only that, I would go as far as to say Bruce's only has a mustache because he sees Jim Gordon
Yeah,
with his. And he's like, well, I ain't got shit else to do.
yeah.
I'm gonna grow a mustache
That's
like
what that's
Jim.
what grown established men do. They grow mustaches.
I think Jim's the only other guy I know.
Yeah,
I don't have anyone else to take advantage or to take example from.
I completely fucking buy that. Um, we we are shown through news reports and stuff about how terrible Gotham City has gotten, and they're mostly being terrorized by this gang called the mutants. Um, they never really talk about whether or not they actually are mutants. They some of them have pointy teeth, and I think one of them has pointy nipples. But
So some readings, some people interpret this like you can interpret this as like the history of comics and like the mutants are the X-Men and it's like Batman is now fighting back the dominance of X-Men on the sales charts. Like
interesting.
I was like, wow, I never had thought about it that way. But when I was younger, I always did think it was an interesting coincidence that they were called the mutants and they had like Cyclops visors
Visors, yeah.
for glasses. But of course, as I grew up and I learned later on, the visors are more inspired by
Future tech, like
something else. Yeah,
cyber
yeah,
clad,
yeah.
super tech
People
stuff.
were wearing stupid glasses like that in real life,
Yes,
like stupid thin glasses, thinking it was futuristic because it's the '80s and their
yeah,
idea of futuristic was actually pretty cool.
yeah,
It just looked like Tokyo looks now.
right. But we get a scene where these mutants actually menace our boy Bruce Wayne on the street, and
On
uh,
Crime Alley of all places, the
yep,
last place you would want to fuck with Bruce Wayne
yeah,
is under that goddamn lamppost.
100%.
But
But they end up not fucking with him because he seemingly wants to fight, and that's not where they get their jollies. They get their jollies from people who are terrified of fighting them or
sick
confronting them.
fucks, bro.
A
They're
a
so
hun-
sick.
100%. And Bruce, damn near in the excitement, almost suffers a heart attack. Like there, like by everything happening, and I'm like, come on, old man. Um, we are then introduced. I can't remember the other dude's name, but we're introduced to Doctor Bartholomew Walper. Walper.
Walper is how I take it. Yeah, yeah.
And he is claiming to have uh healed Harvey Dent. He is saying that he has cured Harvey Dent, who is now basically on the what do you want to call it, like an apology tour or whatever. Like he's all over the news as this new bright new version of Harvey. What do you think about bringing Harvey into this book here?
I love the reason why they used Harvey. I love how they used Harvey. I love the idea of the dual identity and tying that back into Bruce. I don't know if that was intended when Harvey was created. And
Yeah,
I don't know that I've seen it used like that again. I don't think
right.
I've ever seen Harvey Dent equated to Batman like that, except for in this story. I'm also not sure how many people realize that that's what Harvey Dent is doing here, but they do hit you on the head with it at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I also,
yeah,
if,
for
if
that,
if you consider what he ends up becoming through things like Long Halloween or whatever, like Harvey's soul is very much tied to Gotham and feels like. So him becoming a new version of himself while Batman is trying to figure out his place in the world. I almost wonder if Harvey was fully rehabilitated if Bruce sparks back out of his Batman, but it's almost the idea of like, like if your ass is coming
the
back, then my ass is coming back too.
no, I think it's more the idea that like he can't be cured. He
Yeah,
just can't be
there
cured.
is
Like
no
they
cure. He
think
is Two
that
Face.
you're like, yeah, exactly. Like he's long. Harvey Dent is long gone.
Hmm.
He's been completely consumed
And
by
they
Two Face.
everyone else is having a debate. Everyone in the world is having a debate that only Two Face and Batman know the answer to. And their answer
Yeah,
is that there is no Batman. I mean, there's no Bruce Wayne. There's only Batman, and there is no Harvey Dent. There's only Two Face. They both are secured in their own knowledge of that fact. The world doesn't understand that, and that's why they think Batman is gone. But how can Batman ever be gone if it's in Bruce Wayne? And similarly to the Two Face of Harvey Dent, we even see that you were still getting uh flashbacks of Bruce falling into the Batcave. Um,
think this is like the first. I want to know if this is the first time we see this scene,
I
this
was trying to look it
version
up
of
because
the origin.
I thought of it from Batman Begins. Is it right?
It is Batman Begins. It gets taken from Batman Begins, and do they reference it in year one? Does he reference it in year one? Because I know like year one is like made directly from leftover notes that he has from Dark Knight Returns,
Oh, okay.
and a lot. And that's a lot of why he considers this is the beginning and that's the end.
Yeah.
Like these are intrinsically linked like that. Um, but and I know that year one is the first place where we really get the full version of this scene with the pearls dropping and everything like that. So I would probably say this is the first time we get this version of his origin. That would never ever go away.
One of the things that they say about this book is that it's incredibly cinematic, and the panels of this falling through the cave, and also the panels of the pearls, had me believing that this had to have been the first case of both of these, just because of how artistically well done they were, and how much I feel like I have burned in my mind certain frames of films that just ape exactly the imagery here. Turns out the pearls have been a thing for a while. That's what I had to do my own research on, figuring out what the whole pearl dropping thing. Especially like the explicit way that he talks about like the hammer getting stuck in the pearls at the very logistical way in which it happened that he explains. Like that seems very deliberate.
So, some people see it as sexual, like and I'm like, it's weird. And I'm like, I don't necessarily agree, but I guess in Hollywood, pearls we're supposed to like represent uh like the orgasm or whatever,
Okay.
and when the gun when the gun shoots Martha and the pearls explode or whatever, it's supposed to be like sexual
Orgasmic?
terror, like
Oh, so, okay,
like
okay, okay.
but not like but more like an overtone rather than like an actual what it means. Like it's not supposed to be like sex, but rather like it rides the same waves,
Yeah,
like of emotions. You
yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
I
I
mean,
don't necessarily agree with that, but there's, I think, a point where you can apply that to the story, and we'll get to that later on. Where I absolutely do think that's what's happening. I don't think that's the case for the origin story, though.
yeah,
I
I
don't know.
think that's fair. We get a scene then of Bruce in the Batcave, as Alfred, which man, Alfred's got to be old as fuck, huh? Um,
90.
90 years old. He comes. This is also one of my favorite interpretations of Alfred. I really think that Frank nails his voice, especially like at one point when he's like, "If you're trying to kill yourself, I have an old family recipe or whatever the fuck." Like,
Frank Frank calls Alfred the nastiest bitch in the world.
yeah,
I
yeah,
was like,
yeah.
that's good.
Um,
That's good.
like, come, sir. It hardly the hour for antiques, isn't it? Like, always sarcastic, always kind of biting. What do you think of the um sleepwalking, or should I say, sleep shaving Bruce Wade?
I love that. I love the whole spilling out of the Batman. Like it doesn't matter what you do. It's been too long. You're like it's. I actually I took this as this isn't the first time this has happened to him. Like
Yeah,
this has probably happened several times over the years.
where he
But
sleptwalk,
this time,
or he slept shaved.
you know what? That's probably a subconscious on him. You can't rock you're not a mustache guy. But but I'm sure that he
You know,
sleptwalked and found himself in front of Jason's old costume. Like, sir, get back to bed.
yeah.
He says it. It's that great line here. Like, what are you doing, sir?
Yeah, it's now another time to
Reminding
be looking at
myself.
antiques or whatever. Um, in the movie,
Never
he says
again.
some. He says never again. Does he say there too?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's no. Yeah, actually, he does, but he doesn't say it out loud. This is like this is one of the times that I was saying there were some times when they actually did take a piece of monologue and make it work. Here he just says, I will not let him talking about Batman. I gave my word for Jason.
Yeah.
Never, never again. So
Okay.
that does, yeah. Somebody knew they had to get that line in there. It was just too powerful, too important. But
How
again, that's my problem with the whole movie. Like we were missing too much of that.
yeah. Which again it goes to the Alan Moore, right? Well the books are on the shelves, right? Like, that's always the tried and true thing. How much does Jim Lee owe us to this version of Harvey Dent?
Jim Lee has talked about how Frank Miller was a major inspiration for him.
Okay.
I would find it. I wouldn't believe him if he said Hush took no inspiration from Harvey Dent in The
Right.
Dark Knight Returns. Like I wouldn't even. I would be like, okay, now you're being a dick.
Right,
You know,
right, right.
like, all right, sure.
But we see that Harvey is out and seemingly uncured and causing a bunch of ruckus. As this unrest happens in Gotham, Bruce is going through an emotional unrest as he's trying to figure out whether or not, you know, that face with him looking at the beads and the thing is like I feel like that's repeated multiple times. Yeah, here we go. Your mom tells
I
you to
love
smile for school pictures
love
right
it.
there. Look at that. It's like, uh,
the, the like I mentioned the 32 or the 16 panel grid earlier and how the whole book like stays on that grid. This is the only time that you get it all the way across. Like
yeah,
this is like one of those things that I meant like this is where every single technique in this book is deliberate. Even like these days we'll be really impressed with like Hayden Sherman's paneling because of how deliberate it is. But that's just because nobody fucking else is doing it.
right.
You're like nobody else is being deliberate with their paneling. Everyone's working on autopilot. They're all writing fucking bullshit books. But look at that shit, man. Come on, man.
And again, like when you think about it being written in tandem with Watchmen, right? Like Adam was like, I think I'm going to try this thing. It's called the Grid. Frank's like, a
He
grid.
said 9 panels, huh? He said 9 panels? That's fucking cute. Watch this shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Klaus, we're doing 16.
You know what?
16 panels.
It's funny now that you say it. That as he's having like this flashback of Crime Alley and whatever, and he has his like father, I should become a bat moment, right? Where bat comes like smashing through the window. The bat actually looks like it's smashing through a grid.
It just busts right through. It does bust right through the. It's like the
The
diamond. The
gutters,
diamond. Yeah, I
and
love that. I I love that Batman is born. I love this stupid bat thing. I will always pop
yeah,
for the bat busting through the window. Like that's how Batman was born. This is how Batman is born again. I love that shit.
and I just like to think that Alfred just hears like a shattering window. He's like, the bat again. The bat
Oh.
smashed through the smashed through the window again. But then like just like out of a scene out of the Dark Knight, uh, I think both films, where his return or appearance is not shown straight up, right? We're seeing criminals kind of all over Gotham being taken out by a shadowy figure. Really, really.
Action before you let your actions speak before you show it, right? The actions speak first.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I I think Miller spoke to how in the beginning of the book there's a lot of inner dialogue from Bruce,
Yeah.
but once Batman is born again, he like slowly but surely he shuts up. It's
Yeah.
all action, and the character is speaking for himself now,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when you get room for like other characters to start. We start seeing their point of views too. But that's so cool because like this is like like he's doing an obvious version of what the rest of the book is gonna be. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's fucking awesome. That's so
And
fucking layered.
it becomes the kind of blueprint for depicting Batman, right? Where you start to see criminals kind of get yanked into shadows first, right? Or, you know, um, what is it called? The jump scare where someone just turns around, he's right there, right? like you have him being almost like like I say again, a force of nature, ethereal, everywhere because you can't see him anywhere, so he has to be everywhere. And so you have this moment here where even at an arcade, he's able to help Carrie Kelly. I think that's what kind of inspires her. Um, and we are talking about I was talking about like the Dark Knight Rises kind of stuff, but I love that you have the news kind of being like, I think Batman's back, and the cops getting excited about it. And you have a cop with a rookie, who's like, "Hey, why are you slowing down?" And he's like, "You're in for a show, kid." And that they directly use that line in is it the Dark Knight Rises? Is when he comes back from Dark Knight Rises?
It's
I thought it was Dark Knight, but I
is it?
think it's Rises.
I was gonna say it might be night though. I for some reason it's probably rises, but I also want to say night.
The
Oh,
reason why I
I
don't
don't know
think it's
why.
Night is because what time period would have
Why would
happened
he
where
come
the
back from? Right?
yeah yeah yeah
Why
yeah
would he
yeah.
be missing? So
Yeah.
like I get it. I get it.
But,
I
but the
one
idea
thing
of him
about
being such
this
a thing
is
that the police see him as an attraction is kind of funny, right? Like, they're like, "Oh, Batman's here. You can sit back and watch some fucking popcorn, eat some popcorn."
I just think it's the build up to the moment. Like the anticipation is the suspense, everything about before you get to see him appear as Batman. And
Mm-hmm,
it's several
mm-hmm,
fucking pages.
mm-hmm,
Like
mm-hmm.
from how many pages? How 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 pages from when he has the epiphany to where you actually finally see Batman in the blue and yellow with the oval on his chest.
Yeah,
That's some and you gotta be fucking great to get away with something like that.
yeah.
9 actual pages, and not even 9 regular pages. This is a fucking 1980s made to dress to impress pages.
Yes, yes, yes.
So,
Like,
like
how
two
prestige do you
fucking.
want this?
Actually, it's like
Extra
three
prestige.
stories. Just the
Yeah.
fucking lady. He saves the lady. He
Mm-hmm.
saves the prostitute from the pimp. Then he gets to carry Kelly and her
Mm-hmm.
friend Michelle in the arcade
And
before he
then the
throws a
cops,
fucking kid
and
into
then the
the.
pundits, the cops, the
Oh,
news.
then the cops. That's
Mm-hmm.
right. Then the fucking you got to do the news first, and then you fucking get Batman,
But here's the thing,
which
like
of course
we're talking about that juxtaposition. I have this fast page up, gorgeous, right? They talk about it kind of being like a throwback to Neil Adams Batman. Um, but this image here and the text on the screen to me, um, just talk about how beautiful of the juxtaposition is and what gets lost in the animated version. If you saw this image without any words, you're like, wow, look at this badass, right? Coming down, whatever. But what is he talking about? He's talking about, how he is older and how this should be agony and how he knows that he's not, like in the best shape that he's supposed to be. That's that sort of self doubt. That's that um, like he knows himself. Self awareness. There you go. That's the word. uh, that self awareness just adds to the badassery. Because again, he is a force of nature here. He could just be like, that was easy or whatever. But there's a part of him that's like, that was hard. That was easier than I thought it was going to be. But this is still hard on me at my age, doing everything that I'm doing here.
I'm a sucker for the whole there's a storm coming to Gotham tonight. And like you got the thunder and the lightning and it's also the wrath of Batman that's the storm that Gotham. It's so heavy handed, but I'm such a sucker for that shit, man. I
You see
love it.
that
I
image
love
in the
I
first
love
cover,
it.
right? That kind of like a lightning strike and him jumping through, and you can have that image in your head and just like know that that's what this book, kind of the symbol of this book. So when he is returning and you're just hearing the crackling of the thunder, the lightning, and you're seeing people being taken out by this shadowy figure, it really does boil the pot over to the point where talk about this is what I would call, for lack of a better phrase, comic book foreplay.
Yeah, yeah, just like you said, like setting up that lightning on that cover like that, knowing that this is the moment that we're waiting for. Like, okay, he's
Mm-hmm.
finally here. This is when it's gonna happen. And then you turn that page. That first splash page is technically what the same moment as the cover, but like boom, the lights on. Batman's here.
Mm-hmm.
God saying, but that's a fucking
It's just cool.
masterpiece. God, this is issue number 1, and we're only halfway through it.
That's why I'm like, that's why I was like, it's around this point I'm like, okay, this is not hyperbole. Like, this guy just really, he's got his finger on the pulse here. And so Batman is fucking back, and he's trying to take down the criminals that are in Gotham. He literally has a checklist, right? He's taking down pimps, taking down thieves, and he's trying to take down these men here. And we see early on that he does not have the same relationship with the cops as he did back in the day. Because he's like, fuck that, these guys are mine, don't fucking touch them and shit. And then he paralyzes one. He straight up paralyzes one.
He'll walk again.
That's what he said. He's young.
That's what he said.
Walk
He's
again.
young. He'll probably walk again. Also, it should be mentioned, as much of a force of nature as he's presented as, he's still fucking old, and he can't actually do the things that he used to be able to do. Like the whole thing about cooling down in the pipes creek.
Yeah, and getting caught. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit. Never would have happened to Batman.
Right.
20 years ago.
He talks even about later on. I don't know if it's before this or later on, about having outdated tech, right? Like some of his bombs aren't as effective as they used to be and shit. Really interesting.
His tech, apparently Frank Miller didn't want to use, like, there was a critique of Batman back in the day that he relied too much on his technology, and he thought he was gonna not use it in this book, but he ends up finding out that you need this shit. Like Batman needs it. Like a person standing on the edge of the roof and realizing, I need a grapple gun.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh shit! And so that's why he deliberately designed the utility belt like pouches.
Yeah,
because he's considering the things that are in the belt now. Like they have to be practical. So if it's a practical
sizes,
belt, then they have to fit in these.
Fasteners, all kinds of stuff.
Unfortunately, accidentally sets off a fucking pouch trend.
Yeah.
For the next 12 years, Rob Liefeld saw that shit and made a career out of it.
You say? Talk about learning the wrong fucking lessons. But we get to this moment of a fanboying cop who's like, "Hey, you won't believe this, but I was, a young cat," and he's like, "Tell Gordon I have to talk to him." He's like, he's like, "What the fuck is going on?" He's like, "I found the fucking coin. It's got to be Harvey." He literally like cuts him off. He's like, "I don't, what the fuck?" He's like asking about other cars. But what's funny is that this is Two-Face, who I've never needed an excuse to be like, that he's dangerous, right? That he's Harvey, or that this is Harvey. Like, coin is enough to be that this is Harvey. They go into full like golden age Two-Face, silver age Two-Face, where they're like, he took 2 cars, he stole 2 helicopters, he's and I'm like, oh my god, Harvey, you've gone too far.
That's exactly the kind of shit that gets sprinkled throughout this book that still keeps it like, and this is still a comic book, folks. Like, I love that. He's like, it's the Twin Towers. It has to be. There's 2. Like, it's dead serious, bro. He's dead serious right now, this man.
Like, back in the day, I want to say it was the first story I read of him in it, or maybe it was the one where either Batgirl, whatever's in it. But he like robs the Second National Bank. This is a 2, like, like it's just weird shit like that. Tweet
on a Tuesday.
Yeah, 100%. So there's obviously one clear allusion to one of his villains, and then we kind of get another look at one of his bigger villains, the Joker, who's watching all of the news about the idea that Batman might be actually back, and that's when we get the classic moment where we get Batman, darling.
I love that shit.
The smile across his face.
They kind of remixed it in the films where he doesn't wake up until the end, so that they can have a post-credit scene.
Yeah. That
teases the second part, but that robs us of a whole ass plot point. Like, I was like, oh, okay. Well then,
this
that's whatever.
I mean, obviously, he wasn't the first one to do this, but this is an instance of like, once I have dealt with my nemesis, or my nemesis is gone, then I have nothing to do. I have no will. basically to live, which is an interesting aspect to the Joker, and I think it's one of his most pathetic aspects, but it's one of his most dangerous. I think it's pathetic in the sense of anyone who's trying to champion him, right? Because like
Yeah,
you constantly need an audience. Without an audience, you're not anything. But it makes him terrifying because he will do anything for the audience of Batman, for getting him to pay attention and all that stuff. There, do you think that's spoke
I can't
true to
wait
that
to.
character? Do you like that twist to that character that he's that tied, or do would you have rather him like continue to be a crime boss in this off period and you know,
I
but
don't think I ever like. I didn't have enough experience with Joker without Batman. I guess. Like, but I mean, the animated series doesn't really. Well, but yes, they do. There's an episode where like he can't even fuck Harley Quinn because he loves
oh
Batman so
yeah, yeah,
much.
yeah, yeah.
So like that's
But
like I had already come into like I had my own idea of Joker. I feel like it must have hit a lot different if this just if there was just no indication of this with the Joker before that.
yeah,
Like
because we got
it would
Bruce Timm's on
reshape.
the documentary, right? And he talks about
Yeah,
being
he is.
colored by this book. And one of the
Yeah,
most definitive things I remember about Batman and Joker's relationship in the animated series is that episode where that guy thinks he kills Batman, and Joker flips the fuck out, right?
yeah,
Joker's like,
yeah.
you're not even good enough to fucking lick his fucking, his boots or whatever the fuck. And that was very strange to me. Like, why is he doing a funeral for his worst enemy? And it's like that's his whole life. And they depict that in an animated 20-minute, So by the time we grew up, they very much were yin and yang. But I wonder, yeah, if this was a big shock or a big character
and,
development in 1986.
and they laid it on really thick. Like Frank lays it on really thick here that Joker is like Batman is mine and I'm his.
Mm-hmm.
Like forever.
You
Like
complete me.
it must have hit some people really weird. Like I'm sure they had some people that freaked the fuck out at things like that were like, the Batman and Joker would never think this way about each other. And he's going to double down on that shit later on. That Batman Darling is just like a taste of how far they're going to take the idea that they go together. So I
And
can't wait to
they
talk
do
about that
they
later.
do a lot of see don't tell with, like I said, just the idea of their symbiosis, and then Ledger will just say it in Dark Knight, right? Like he just says all of it about like immovable
It's like we don't
objects and the
have 80
force and
years to
yeah, yeah, yeah.
establish
And
this.
they're like,
So like, yeah.
I'm gonna let you guys.
Yeah.
I'm upside down, but I gotta like button this up with what all this is and what
Yeah.
all this meant. Um, but again, we have the pundits here. Both sides. What is it? Both
I
sides are equal. Whatever the
point
fuck is
versus
going
point.
on. Yeah.
I think that this was a place where he could address some of the things that people actually do say about Batman in
Yeah.
real life. Uh
What do you think
because
about Fat Lana Lang?
like that was just spiteful.
That's what
That's
I
why
thought.
people think he that's why people thinks he hates Superman. Like what? And he made Lana fat. What was the point of that?
Oh man.
It's funny. You got Lana, you got a Jimmy mention, but you
Mm-hmm,
never got
mm-hmm.
Lois.
Lois is
No
never mentioned.
Lois.
Oh, we get
There is
Wonder
an
Woman
alternate
mentions later on. Going back to her island. He said,
there
"Oh,
is an
Diana."
alternate version of the final issue where there is a Lois Lane mention, but it's Batman being spiteful. It's just like, how is Lois doing? So like, did she leave him or like I don't know. They never fucking addressed it. But there was definitely she exists and for whatever something must have happened between her and Superman for Batman to say that.
And for Superman to be hanging out with the president all this time, before his dad, and see
Yeah, I
what's
know.
going on
Yeah,
over there. What's
yeah,
going
yeah,
on?
yeah.
Um, this is kind of another favorite part of mine, where you have this guy like at Gordon. He's obviously a criminal with his lawyer, his ambulance chasing lawyer, trying to get under the skin of Gordon, who's stressed to the gills. And basically, Gordon's like, "All right, well, then you can leave. Like, you have your freedom. You can walk." And they're like, "No, we want protections for Batman." He's like, "No, you talking all this shit about how you deserve to be free? Then okay, be free." And it's only to be free so that Batman can chase him down. And you have this very visceral scene of him smashing through the window, cutting his artery in his arm, being covered in blood, and Batman
Yeah.
saying, "Right now, I'm the only one in the world who can get you to a hospital in time."
It's like, I have rights. I know you do. I count them every night before I go to sleep. Like, ah,
Yeah.
run, motherfucker, run. This was cool. This was cool because
The setup from Gordon, I think, is awesome, right? The idea, like, I'm just gonna,
yeah,
like, I know what's gonna happen. I'll free you. You talk all your shit, and then my boy will come get you, and we'll get all the information we need anyway.
I love that because it gives them something to take away from Batman. Like, they are, I guess, I don't know where they would have been continuity wise. Like, I'm not sure what relationship Gordon and Batman would have had in DC Comics right at the moment prior to this.
Hmm.
But they're establishing the idea that he has this crutch and we want to take it. Like, he's got the police on his side. He's got Gordon helping him with these things. Look how easy that was. We're taking that shit later. We're gonna
Hmm.
flip it on its head, and he's gonna have to fight the police again. And so that's cool.
Am I missing something? Gordon never really gives him shit for coming back, right?
I like to think that Gordon is okay with this.
Yeah.
He's like not like I don't want to encourage. He didn't want to encourage Bruce, but also
Yeah.
I'm glad you're back,
The
buddy.
day you tell me, John, for whatever reason, right, or maybe most likely health, like, you know what, bro? I'm gonna quit smoking. I'm gonna be there for you. But the day that I'm rolling up and you sit next to me and you're like, "Can I hit that?" Same thing as these two right here, right? With the bat
Yeah.
with the bat signal. Like,
Turn
okay,
on the
you know what I'm saying?
signal.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm
Do
saying?
you need the light, George? I
Yeah,
want everyone to know.
that's it. Yeah.
He's back.
It's safe
Joe
to say
Gordon,
I'm back.
that's actually how that's like how supportive I want all my friends to be. Like, he's back. Not only am I glad he's back, tell the fucking
We're putting
world
the
he's
symbol.
back.
We're putting the
He's
symbol up.
back.
Yeah, we're putting the fucking symbol
He's
up.
back.
Um, we talk. They also, when you talk about the animated series and the dark deco and working in shadows, like, look at these images here, right? We know who the two people are talking, but they're completely covered in shadow. Like, the
Bro,
artistic choice there is fucking
Frank
amazing.
Frank Miller's silhouette work in this entire book. There are
Hmm.
so many silhouettes, but they're so powerful. Like, when he uses the silhouette, lighting is such a big thing in this
Yes,
book. Like,
yes,
I picked that up from one the art, but also the notes
yeah.
in the side of the original art in the gallery edition. You'll still see Frank Miller's notes where it's like, and make sure the scene is lit by the sunset.
Okay.
So like it'll tell you how you're coloring these characters. Like, when Batman comes down from the fucking, when he's coming down from the sky and the camera's looking up at him, we got the light. Got the light here, we got shadows up here. So using that lighting to create all these silhouette opportunities is like, are we like, is this harder? Like, is this easier? Like, how the fuck, like, how does this work? It's
Yeah,
so I'm not an artist. I have no idea. I'm just like, look at the pretty colors.
I remember being very impressed by his black and white work in Sin City, and that takes a lot of light, right? And deciding what, it can't just be plain white light because the window's white, or the the desk, the bed is white. So being able to differentiate that much level of mastery of what he has going on here. I tried to look this up because we have a scene here of Abner meeting up with the Joker. He says that he's been making bombs for Two Face, and Joker kind of wants in on whatever's going on here, even if it's just bomb stuff. And immediately I'm like, oh, this is like one of the Tweedledee guys, but it's not. And then I was like, oh, it's Egghead, and it isn't. Is this character anybody, or was he created specifically for this?
I thought he was like an original character, like a Joker guy they just created for this book. I thought the same with Bruno, the Nazi Take Girl. Like, I
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
these were
that
just
was kind of out
random,
of nowhere.
random Joker henchmen, freaks from the Freak House type thing.
Yeah, that's fair. We see that Batman goes to confront Harvey, who's trying to blow up two buildings in Gotham, as we were talking about. This is when you start getting some of those badass shots of him with the rifle.
Actually, actually, I well, two things that talk about the animated movie version of this compared to the book. One, like I mentioned earlier, you end up losing this whole thing with what's the fat henchman's name?
Abner?
Uh Abner. Yeah. Abner comes to visit Joker and Joker tries to fucking kill Harvey.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he doesn't even want Batman playing with anyone else.
No.
Like that's gone. That one little scene speaks to that whole fat aspect of Joker's mentality at the moment, but then it's just gone from the movie, which is fine. Like it doesn't hurt anything, but I thought that extra layer just add something. Just the idea that Joker doesn't even want Harvey playing with you. Get that guy the fuck out of here. He wants you to make bombs, blow him up before he's ready.
Hey, 100%. This,
Like,
this, yeah. And you could, like, it's weird because I can see a world in which Joker's like, that guy's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he looks at Harvey, he's like, that guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, that guy's crazy. Meanwhile, putting on fucking lipstick and shit. Um, but yeah, we have these cool moments of him, with the rifle, I take down the helicopter. Um, that I don't think I've ever seen Batman with like that leg bandolier thing he's rocking here.
that was that was so yeah, I'm telling you, Rob Liefeld saw this shit and he was
That's fucking cool.
what the fuck? Everybody's talking about all these other things in the book, and he's just like, but did you see his fucking pouches? The other thing I wanted to mention was the Twin Towers, the
Hmm.
Gotham Twin Towers. One, him creating Gothic Twin Towers
Oh yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah,
rules
yeah,
for
yeah.
Gotham. Like, and then because he mentioned like Frank Miller was in Hollywood mode at this time. Like when he's writing this book, he's straight in Hollywood mode. That's why the book is cinematic. Is in his mind, he's framing it like he would frame a storyboard for film, and that's why you keep getting those establishing shots of New
Hmm.
York City
Yeah.
or Gotham City with the Gotham Towers up in the skyline or whatever over and over again. It's sunny, it's raining, it's nuclear winter, but you always get that damn establishing shot of Gotham with the Gotham Twin Towers. The film did a good job of keeping that. But the funniest thing to me is that it happened so close after 9/11. I guess like 10 years after 9/11.
Hmm.
So we still were like uncomfortable with the
Depicting.
words Twin
Yeah,
Towers.
yeah, yeah.
But they were they promised they wouldn't touch this fucking movie. So they had it in the Twin Towers are there. When they show the skyline, the Twin Towers are there. When they talk about it, it's just called the Gotham Life Building. That
Uh,
makes no fucking sense, even grammatically,
I
because
remember
they're
hearing
like
it in the thing
the
going. I was
Gotham Life
confused. I was like,
Building,
"That's a tube."
but
Like,
I'm gonna blow up both towers. Like,
yeah, like
but
what?
it's called the Gotham Life Building. Like they made no attempt to like fix the grammar or anything or
I was
call it the
confused by
Gotham
that.
Life Buildings. They were just like they know what it is.
Very stressed.
Like, oh, okay.
Is this also the first instance of the idea that um the the bat is plated? That's the reason why it's like bright and yellow and stuff.
I love that shit too, and that's another thing that we lost. We lost that from the inner. We lost that with the inner monologue. He's like they shoot him, and then he gets shot in the chest, and he falls, and he goes, "Well, that's why we're the target on my chest." I know Frank Miller made that shit up, but
He's
like
like, I can't armor my
that's
face. It was a funny
can't
line.
armor my head
Yeah.
or my face. Yeah, and I told George I thought that imagery was real reminiscent of like Absolute Batman when he takes off when he takes off the symbol and it becomes his axe.
Yep.
He's got the armor plate. He's got the armor plate under it. I was like, that's gotta be. There's just no
100%.
way. Because
Um,
it also happens like mid series. Like someone decides like, damn, that looks so much cooler. We're going
and
with that.
also in the first issue. First
Yeah.
issue of
The
both of these stories is where you see the plating behind the symbol there. I love this panel here of Batman smashing Harvey through the window. And he says, "We tumble like lovers." Uh, really, really
Oh,
good stuff.
Frank,
Really,
we
really good stuff.
stumble like lovers.
It's almost a romantic dance between these two. But yeah, we they end up having a confrontation, and Batman's just like, "What the hell is going on? Why is this going on?" And it turns out that Harvey shows that while he was cured physically, the scars and duplicity still remain. He thinks that the world has been laughing at him because he thinks that they were able to make both sides of the face match. he thinks that they made both sides of the face horrible. You know, like he's two faced, but not one face or whatever of the worst part of it. When he's actually cured, and that's all he can see. And um, in looking at Harvey, he says he sees a reflection there. Do you want to talk about a little bit of that duplicity and why you think it works here?
Yeah, no, I. If this is your first time reading this, and you're a learned person or an adult, and you get to that line, like it changes the context of the whole story all of a sudden at the end. Like, oh fuck, like that's his reflection. Like, oh god, then when you go back, you start seeing like not only that, like how many times they were mirrored, like in the paneling. Like they would
Mm-hmm.
show Harvey up here, and then Bruce would be like right under him. Like up until this very moment at the end where you see it for the first time probably. If you haven't been paying attention, all of a sudden you realize Batman Bruce, Batman Bruce, or I mean Batman Bruce, Batman Harvey, and then they do Two Face. He's got both faces, and then it's the bat, and then we get
Mm-hmm.
back to them. It's like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
I get it now.
Yeah.
Uh, the coloring, the coloring here, there's none. There's like a panel where there's none, and then it's like that's what. How do you, as a colorist, you got to be so confident in yourself to decide
Yeah.
that I'm gonna color this by not the
I
lighting, the
I even
lighting.
think the inking is crazy. Like, how do you look at that and can tell what you want definitively black and blacked out versus what you want shadow versus what you want, brightly lit? It seems incredibly complicated.
This whole first issue is so muted.
Hmm.
All the colors are muted. There's no because there's no Robin yet, and
Yeah.
that's why I was like, you finally start getting some color when she shows up later on. But this whole first issue is just mostly gray, little dabs of blue. Like I don't know that shit. This is the kind of book where that stuff matters, like because they were thinking on that level. They were thinking on that level when they wrote this because it was part of the mission. We
Hmm.
want to speak to those people today. I don't know. I feel like we lose some of that when it's not the mission, and then when somebody does think on that level, it's like, wow, they stand so far above everyone else, and it's like, wow, because no one else is doing the fucking bare minimum.
You also need patience with this stuff. Sometimes when things like this start, if they're not immediate hits, people lose patience with trying to give creatives, time and the space to make mistakes and then eventually find their way. Everything has to be a hit automatically, and
The book also stops being as like meticulous about things as it goes on. Like, cause like I said, in this first issue, it's like, oh my god, reflection, all the panels are going back and forth. But like as it goes on, one, he starts getting rushed because he's taking too fucking long.
hmm
And
hmm
two, he's getting more into his groove and things are like you can start playing around with shit once you feel comfortable in your shoes,
yeah,
which we are going to get into book new two now.
yeah. And that one starts off with Gordon shooting a mutant. he
Wrong guy.
he gets sort of confronted by a mutant, and what's funny is that you don't really get to see what happens there because the next scene is Carrie Kelly kind of getting ready as Robin to
What?
sneak out of the house, and then you hear on the news that Gordon has been shot, and then it goes, "No, sorry guys, Gordon has actually shot and killed a 17-year-old member of the mutant."
What do you think about that? What do you think about Gordon shooting the minor and then they just we just glance over that shit like whatever, no comment. Like
That's why I feel like there's this. I think by like making them mutant, you dehumanize it because if this was anything else, right? Like if you said that this was, a member of, I don't know, a gang, if he shot a 16-year-old blood or something like that, I think it would be a bigger deal. But these are a bunch of mutants, and also I haven't said it yet. They say the grape word a lot as mutants. There is a
but
lot
that's
of
what they
talk
want to
of
do.
assault.
That's what they want to do
Yes,
to Gotham, to women,
yes.
to everyone. And at that point, Bruce is like, I don't want to hear any more of this shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
See, like
They become this kind that you wouldn't care if a 17-year-old version of them gets shot in the street, for good or for bad.
I think that's commentary in itself. Just the idea that this police officer shot this fucking minor,
Mm-hmm.
and we just moved on. We
And we're,
just
and we're also taking it. I like Gordon, but we're taking it his word as to what happened. You know?
take that's what it just is what it is.
Yeah,
Move on. Don't worry about it.
out of control. Let me see. Here I have then the really funny moment where the Wrigley kid, the kid from the Wrigley's gum, gets kidnapped by the mutants. And they're like you said, all colorful now because Robin's about to get into this place. You got Batman showing up, using one of the weapons of the enemy, and then later on, straight up interrogating the dude. I was trying to see if, but I was trying to look up whether or not these were also instances of the first times he was this brutal with his interrogation. But
I
you
I
think
do think well, I'm sorry if I sound different. I had to move over to my headset real fast while I walked away.
you're good.
But I think that it was purposeful. Like this is definitely different from the way Bruce had been. I think I read one of the interviews I read, Frank Miller mentioned how he wanted the techniques to be more brutal,
Okay,
like on purpose. Like
yeah,
he wanted it to it was it wasn't necessarily a good thing. It's just that he wanted this is what he thought Batman would think of that Batman would think society needs right now.
yeah.
It needs a little harsher treatment than usual.
I clean up these streets, bro, one way or another. Um, so then we move on and we find out that there was a general that was actually giving arms to the mutants, and I guess what, out of guilt, he kills himself.
He does kill himself out of guilt and out of knowing that he's going to lose everything and be disgraced. But I also wanted to point out the fucking with the Ridley kid before we move past him. Uh, like I mentioned earlier, this is one of those scenes that people will clip out and
Oh yeah, with the
post
gun.
literally post at you and say that Batman kills. He killed that guy. He had to have killed that guy. He said like nah, man. It's just a storytelling technique, bro. That motherfucker's not dead. It just looks bad. However, if you watch Batman v Superman,
Yes, he is gunning people down for realsies.
he absolutely killed that man
Yes.
in the same version of the scene, which is the direct example of the misunderstanding.
Even with this panel, like this panel looks amazing, and I feel like it doesn't almost warrant it. that makes some
Yeah.
that makes sense. The reason why I included it was because it was so amazing, amazingly drawn, symbolic, whatever you want to call it. Um, but like in terms of how it moves the story or the plot, I don't think it does very much. It's a cool, kind of a cool image. Um,
Which I guess was really the point of it. Like, I believe you.
yeah, yeah. We get the introduction of Miss Ellen Yindel, who serves to be the next police commissioner. Gordon is forced to retire. Is that
Yeah.
the
He's
line?
being forced to retire so that the mayor can have better approval rates.
Okay, and the mayor is just inputting his own. Uh,
Yeah, well, there's a scene like because the mayor is so fucking impotent at this point, and he's done nothing. They let him do nothing. Wait, George, wait, don't put that up. Hide that.
oh,
Facebook will
oh,
kill us.
we have a paddle up, bro.
Oh, awesome. I can't see. I can't actually see the panels. I take your word for it.
Oh
You got to
yeah,
give
no,
me
I
a
thought you were looking at Facebook.
audio cue.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
No,
Right now we're looking at
what was
Yindel being kind of brought in to talk about the fact that she is being brought in, and then Jim
this
saying
is like
a woman, Christ Almighty,
that was funny as hell. Jesus, they replaced me with a woman.
of all things.
But that's like one of the only things that the mayor actively makes a decision on. Like he sucks. The mayor of Gotham sucks. Every
Yes,
time
he
they cut
does.
to him, he's got nothing to say. Still in consideration, still polling, still polling. this Yindel thing is the one decision that he makes, and he only chose her because she hates Batman.
He also looks like Carrie Kelly's mom.
She does look exactly like Carrie Kelly. Frank just this is what he thought women looked like at the time.
Looked a little bit like Sally Jesse Raphael. Well,
I hate that the animated series gave her hot girl's voice, like straight up. Like,
yeah.
like I was like, damn, because that it became the voice in my head too. Like,
I
shit,
could
I've
I
got
could
nothing
I
else.
could also almost see future Barbara Gordon in this. From Batman Beyond.
Oh shit, you are absolutely fucking right.
Yeah.
Future Barbara Gordon is 1000% inspired by Yandel. Like,
Yeah.
there's no, it's got almost the exact same design.
Do you think she's meant to be anything other than an almost like an antagonist to both Batman and Gordon in this? Is there deeper depth to this character here?
I do think she's meant to speak to Jim Gordon, like specifically. I think she's meant to answer the question, why would Jim Gordon work with Batman? Like, you get to see her learn why, like straight up. And then I don't know this for sure, but I think that he wanted to explore that aspect further. Like, why would Gordon work with Batman? And
Yeah.
I think, like, out of that, you get year one. Because year one is essentially 4 issues of why would Gordon and Batman ever be friends?
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't think about it that way. I know she gets brought in and it's kind of just like The Office when they change Michael out. Like obviously the next person is going to be antagonistic because you're used to the person who's been messing with your guy who's been helping out Batman this entire time. Um, but I wasn't.
But it
Yeah.
does, but the thing with her that works, and that's why it works for me, is that we watch her like she straight up asks, like we'll talk about it in a second. She asks Gordon, like, what the fuck? Like, why would you ever work with Batman? And then he goes
Mm-hmm.
through the whole
Mm-hmm.
thing and she has to learn. She doesn't listen, she has to learn it. And we see her learn it. And then when we see her learn it, I thought that was like an excellent piece of writing. Like it happens so small. We'll get there. We'll get there.
We
But
also see her get punched in the face, though, right? Like I think at one point,
that was funny. She
Batman
straight drugged her ass. You gotta learn. Wow.
just haymakers her ass. Um, but through following and doing some of her own espionage and Batman as well, it turns out that he realized that the mutants are set to have a little bit of a meeting in the dump. So you see the mutant leader, this torch, standing there with his pointy nipples, screaming about they call us a gang, they call us a mob, they think we just noisy kids. But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much about this image that doesn't seem human, which I think then allows for the ass whooping to occur as it does. Um, I
I
wonder if
feel
that
like
was
only
intentional.
the leader seems like a monster, but the kids that follow the leader just sort of wear glasses. Like they
There's yeah,
just
they're very like how Carrie is able to eventually
yeah.
dress up like one of them. Like she doesn't grow fangs or anything. Like it very much is a look. Maybe there's some sort of metaphor there about like the longer you're
Yeah.
doing this that you become more monstrous and stuff.
But
Um
I also think he just wanted to represent like the savagery. Like he had spoken to he had spoken to what he thought of New York City. And I genuinely think that the mutant leader is like his idea of New York City personified. Like he's fighting the kids. He's fighting these are the teenagers that scare you on the subway. These are the people that take your purse. That's why they do all the things. That's why I feel like it's less we want to hide under them and more like this is what I think of all of them. Like this is what they all are to me. And I
that's
want
why
Batman to fight it.
I but to continue to say the absolute Batman is an improvement, right? Because they incentivize the party animals. There's a reason why the party animals are doing what they do. And I've always kind of worried about this sort of death wish interpretation of things because it always is just the youth are jacked because the youth are jacked, right? It's always like they suck because the world sucks. They don't look at any
I
of the
think there
actual
was
institutional
definitely
reasons as to what is going on. The mutants are literally just the mutants for that. And later on, he says that kids will just find another gang because that's what Rob and Don do, or Ron and Don do.
Yeah, it's Robin Don. Robin Don.
Rob and Don, but yeah,
They
they just find another gang, right? So it's just like kids will be
they're
kids, boys will be
impressionable
boys.
kids.
Yeah,
Uh, and I think that at the time, just a lot of people felt that way. I think that that was the popular thought. Like we hadn't gotten to a place yet where we were thinking of we were like, what is making these kids? What about the fucking ghetto? Like, can we fix their financial issue and then
yeah.
fix them? I think he's actively talking down on that. Uh, on psychiatrists who want to help or who want to preach empathy and things like that. Although I guess at the time it was more
Or you couldn't tell,
exploit.
or you couldn't tell, right? You couldn't tell whether or not people were actually working in good faith to cure people, or like I said again, celebrity doctors just
Yeah,
making up panic or making up all this stuff goes on. Another feather in the cap of friend of the show Daniel Warren Johnson for making them just regular humans, but the worst kinds of regular humans, white supremacists, which those guys deserved everything that they got in his version of absolute Batman. But
we also, I mean, just to speak on that regularly, we, I think as a society, we have such an obvious evil to look at and scream at right now. I don't think it was that obvious for them. I just don't think, Frank, I don't think they even could identify what actually was the bad thing at the
you,
time. I think that's how you end up with a mutant like that.
you're onto something. But I have something I want to add to it and kind of discuss with you. I believe that they didn't have like the same fears and monsters and stuff to point at, but something in the 80s was obviously creating a fear of the eventuality of these monsters, right? Because Watchmen
Yeah.
is in the future, right? Like it's supposed to be like past these wars, past this this era. You have this as well. Viva Vendetta is not too far from any of this as well.
Hmm.
So there was a fear arising about how media and society would just break down eventually, right? And become, and everything I guess would become lawless, become dystopian or whatever. And dystopian as a horror concept has existed forever. But yeah, I really wonder what it was in the 80s that tipped them off that things might really
Well,
go to shit really fast.
there was, I know with British politics, it's a little more confusing for me
Oh,
because I didn't
like
live through it.
Margaret Thatcher and stuff.
But yeah, I know like they had to live through specific. I know America had fucking Reagan and Nixon, and they had to
Yeah.
live through their specific eras of leadership to realize, wait, something might be wrong with the with the way these people wield their power. And if something is wrong with them in this way, something could be wrong with future leaders in other ways, and in
Yeah.
ways that maybe felt cartoonish at the time. Like, it's a
Okay.
fucking, I come up with this because it's an evil story. Like that won't happen in real life. Although Alan Moore definitely thought the things that he had in V for Vendetta might happen in real life. But Frank Miller more in the beginning of the story was attacking like contemporary thoughts, like things that he thought were happening at the time. And then as the book goes on, which is another thing that it does excellently. It like the scope expands like slowly but surely, and then like we're addressing fucking nuclear winters and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Gods.
which is like future scary shit, but
Hmm.
also gods, but also becoming a myth. You know, like, but we'll get to that later on. But as far as societal implications, I do think they were coming at that from different places. I think Watchmen and Dark Knight Returns. With Dark Knight Returns, definitely at this point was like modern times, quote unquote, fucking 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah. I think specifically to um this idea of like complacency. I think across all of those books, right, where like what happened to the
Yeah.
American dream, it happened, right? Like it came true, whatever. And then uh, all the critique of Superman that we see in here, which is like you were just following orders, right? You were just doing what you were doing. That thing about realizing that maybe a leader or leaders might be villainous or might not be in this for the right reasons. Part of that may also be that realizing that you may have aided
Yeah,
in the prosecution or persecution, sorry, of other humans, and a lot of people don't want to kind of come to terms with that, so they don't think about it further than they have to, and they're very comfortable with it, and that's why you're supposed to show up with the rubber darts, right? And
that
be
is
the
interesting
assassin.
too. Both Alan Moore and Frank Miller placing that blame on society, like
Yeah,
on us.
yeah.
Like we did
You
that.
got
Like and
comfortable.
like Alan Moore is like chastising you and telling you you're a stupid piece of shit, and Frank Miller is like, bro, wake up, like stand up
Rise
and
up,
go fight that shit, like go
paint
fight it
your
right now, go
face,
punch
get a
it,
horse, and join us out there in
do
these
what normal
streets.
people do. Yeah.
Yes. Um, but this is when you get like the badass Batmobile moment, going up in the Batmobile, shooting, right? And initially you're like, what is going on? What is like shooting bullets? But he's like, rubber, I promise. And this is what you're talking about, the Batmobile. That's what you call the dick, kind of a name a child would come up with. What do you got to say about the Batmobile?
I am such a big ass mark for the tank. I want that. Remember that 1 second that it showed up in Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Yes.
I fucking lost my shit. It didn't mean nothing to nobody. It was just there for no reason. But Dark Knight Returns visuals just get me.
It's
Like
iconic.
the,
They're iconic. They're iconic. They're Pavlovian, especially if you've had them seared into your mind when you see them in live action. I remember when it wasn't exactly the same, but when you had Ben Affleck with the lightning strike behind him, you know, like that's
that
Batman.
shit. That was awesome. But this tank, the moment where it looks down at the leader and the
Bro,
leader looks
that's
up
the
at
next
him,
panel I have coming up right that I'm putting up right now.
that is everything to me because it's like this is so serious. This is such a serious moment. The fucking mutant leader's talking about what he's gonna do to Gotham and all these things, and then we Batman is shooting the mutants and shit, and then the tank looks at them, looks at the leader like that is so. It's such a comic book thing, but I love it. I love it. I love when absurd shit like that happens just in the middle of all this seriousness because that's absurd.
Yeah,
The
that it would
tank and
have
the
a
mute
neck, that
looking
it would
at each
have
other.
some sort of
Yeah, it
apparatus to
has a
bend down and
neck.
look around corners. Like
It has a
what
neck.
does it make? Yeah, it absolutely makes no sense. By the way, this whole like moment here, I'm showing the moment with the neck too, but also like the challenge moment, like, hey, you're weak, come out, whatever. This is kind of semi ruined to me because of Botchamania. They
Oh shit!
they do the
Which which one is this?
this is the when Brock Lesnar tried to yell and his voice got cracked. He went, "Let's do this," or whatever it was. And they basically make the mutant Brock Lesnar yelling it into the periscope. So now whenever I see it, that's immediately what I think about. But
I haven't seen that. You have to
oh,
link me that.
I'm definitely gonna show it to you. But here, this entire sequence is unapologetically badass, complete cool of cool. I almost become speechless talking about it. Where Bruce, like I said, comes through with the tank. He has rubber bullets, takes out majority of the mutants, but the mutant leader is still there and goes face to face with the tank and basically challenges Batman hand to hand. Like, what, you don't got it? You can't come out here and fight me like a man, so I can rip you in half and stuff. And is it both here and no? Yeah, it is right here on the image I'm looking at. Alfred basically begs him not to have this fight, but
He's going to kill you.
yeah.
He's like, I gotta test it out. It's a man thing, okay?
And then you get the image from behind me where he's just there and he's giddy, and this is where I got confused because if you look at this image, this is a black and gray Batman. This is the same exact color scheme that Batman the Animated Series would use besides the blue hue. And I was of the belief that this comic was always with black suited Batman. But this is all tonal right? He's never not wearing the blue suit. You muted.
Oh,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Sorry. You're good.
In the first half, because it's I think it's in this fight that it gets torn. No, it's in this book that this suit gets destroyed. Like this
Yes,
suit
yes,
is
yes,
going to
yes, yes.
be destroyed in these fights, and then the other suit that he puts on without the oval around the bat,
Hmm.
that's a black outfit, and that's Frank Miller's Batman. Like when people design Frank Miller's Batman and they go, "This is Frank Miller's Batman," that's the one that they usually do parody of or whatever. That shitty ass what was it? Final count countdown of Final Crisis,
Yeah,
shitty
yeah,
ass
yeah,
countdown of Final Crisis.
yeah.
They put, he just shows up because it'd be cool. I hate
Did
that
you
shit.
did you
Uh,
see that Scott Snyder actually was spoke on that panel from, is it Death Metal, where all the Batman show up?
is it? I think it is death metal. I forgot that fucking happened.
Everyone forgot it happened, and the reason why he spoke on it was because somebody brought up, because I think even Frank Miller's Batman's in that, and he brought up,
Is it?
someone brought up like, this was a really cool moment that kind of went nowhere, and he was like, "Yeah, we got permission to draw it, but like, made a point of like everything else got tied up or whatever the fuck." But it always made me laugh because I
I
was like,
didn't.
"That was a big ass moment," and I was like, "Oh yeah, that really." It was 18 books going on, so it was very hard to keep track of.
I completely forgot that. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. I know that recently he showed up in Chip Zdarsky's Batman, where it's like you find out that he also has a Zur in Ra or whatever Zur in R or yeah.
I can
It's
never
like I guess
remember.
that makes sense. They should all have one. Like every version of Batman should have one. I just think somebody thought it'd be cool to draw, to be able to draw the Zur and Ra or whatever in
Yeah,
Frank Miller style.
yeah. But would his be
But yeah,
like
but
ultra? It becomes more of what you are, or is it the opposite?
oh god, that's
That's what
actually
I'm
a scary
saying.
thought. Like,
That's what I was
because
thinking. Like,
he's
where?
the whole idea is like Batman. If he ever gets unconscious or compromised, he has a second, more primal
Backup.
personality. But like, what the fuck is more primal than him right now? Like, that's horrifying. I don't
Yeah,
even want to consider that.
don't
But
even make no
anyway, the
damn
the
sense.
suit,
Yeah, yeah.
the suit thing. I didn't even put together. I always knew that there were two suits. I just thought because he got one ripped and that's why he wears another one. I didn't realize that it was specifically like Frank. Like this is Neil Adams. Like this is the Batman that we just had, and like this is we eventually end up we evolve into this brute. And even Frank Miller is like, I wish I could tell you that it was on purpose,
Yeah.
but I was just finding myself.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, we live in an era now with like these Funkos and everything where the littlest design change is made without much thought. Not a big decision as to why, these characters look this way. Where now people are like, I mean, you've beat that drum for years, this idea that they've overcomplicated superhero costumes, where some of the most simplistic ones got over because they were just white. Punisher just has big ass white boots and gloves. Like that just worked at the time. Um, so to see that happen in here, it's good enough reason to say that he's blue because they're used to a blue Batman. But no, it's defining an era of Batman, right? The last era we would have known, the era if he would have retired and put his last suit on the hook, that last suit would be this suit. And then if he's going to make a new one, this is what that new one would look like, with how he feels, how bigger he is, and all that other kind of stuff. It has actual reason to it, which seems nuanced in a world where we were just talking about with Daniel Warren Johnson and a literal artist, like the Transformers movie, right? You can change an entire cast because you gotta sell toys. That's how why designs change. To be so deliberate here is why I say, and look at all those pouches and patches Homeboy has on his belt. But to be so deliberate here is why I say that the good things said about this book are not hyperbole, because they weren't by accident. None of it was by accident. None of the good parts in this were like, oh, he just kind of. He says he stumbled and found his way, but it is all still his way. All still unapologetically Frank Miller in this. So yeah, to have an actual idea as to why the suit is the way it is. Fucking great.
Yeah, I love that.
I also love that the mutant gets like whoops Batman's ass a bit, breaks his damn arm.
A bit. He beat the shit out of it, and it's so funny because
He
he
gave him so
they
much
get
CTE.
into
He
this
thought he
fight.
thought fucking Carrie Kelly was Dick Grayson.
It's also like this fight because we get this inner monologue or whatever. Bruce is like, I know what I'm gonna do. He's describing what he's gonna do, and when it doesn't work, it's the funniest shit.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm
Damn it.
gonna shut him up, chop to the throat,
Yeah.
chop, and he's beat the shit out of. He just beats the shit out of Batman for like
Bites
four
him,
more panels,
bites him and
and
shit,
then,
all kinds of shit.
and like you said, fucking, he gets so damn concussed that he just starts thinking about Robin.
Yeah.
He's like, Dick,
Yeah, he
oh, you would
sees.
have saved my ass.
Yeah, and then Carrie Kelly shows up and literally does save his ass. And I think like that's a sweet moment there, even though Bruce is concussed. It would be later on where I think I might have the actual panel where he's like, Robin comes with us. And I was like, that was a hell of a job interview. You show up, save fucking Batman's life, and then he's like, guess what, kid, you're with me now. Pretty pretty
There was
fucking cool.
also you could also tell Frank Miller is like he wasn't gonna just have Carrie Kelly save Batman. Like it wasn't he couldn't subscribe to the idea.
Yeah.
Like she helped. She
Yes.
helped, but Batman has to save her too. Like
Yes.
he's still like to throw the thing in the mutant's face. And it's like, okay,
Yeah,
I understand.
even
There's
though
actually
he's
I
concussed
was
and bleeding from the brain.
he's
He's
like,
still, he's still in charge.
there's actually a lot of thought put into the reason why people can fight other people. And like in the story, even like Superman, when Superman fights Batman, like the only reason Batman can even fight Superman is because he got hit by the fucking nuke.
Yeah,
Like
yes.
all these things is so strategically placed.
Strategic power scaling in this.
I love it.
Speaking of love, did you love the iconography of the American flag turning into Superman crest?
Into the Superman crest. How much more obvious can you make it, right? And
Yeah.
then this would have been like the first inkling that he was going to be in the book. You know, like, whoa, shit, Superman is in here. If you're not like a super comic freak, because I've been reading these interviews from from before the book came out,
Mm-hmm.
and they were just like talking like, oh man, Superman's going to be in the book, and Jim Gordon's going to retire in it, and like I was like, damn, look, this is 1985. It says it's like, are you sure? He
Yeah.
still hasn't even hit the shelves. So but if you were just reading this for the first time, you would what a way to what a way to tell you he's in the book. Like off the bat, that you should there was no word said. Like you just from the flag to the S, now you know what Superman is in this book.
Mm-hmm.
That's this is great. That's just great technique.
And the almost like infantile way the president is talking to him, right, has to come up with like a analogy to tell him to we need you to rein your friend in. I know the bucking Bronco, and if you're going to buck that Bronco, you better get that Bronco bucked or whatever he says about Bruce. Um, Also kind of shows you because they're never in that instance is he like is Batman is Superman like no, I will not. Like I don't think he will, sir, or like and it just kind of shows you what the power dynamics are right there without showing either one of them. Really interesting. Um, but did I get to that? Did I do that? Oh yeah, you have this panel. I think I might have gotten these in wrong order, but you have this panel here where it's said that Joker is basically rehabilitated and he's gonna spend some time outside in an effort like for experimentation and an effort to sort of prove a point. I just realized that that word bubble says sob. Says please just lock me away from human memory, and then it says sob. So that's pretty funny there. Um, uh, Again, there's like pseudoscience and stuff, and it's so weird because now that you said that point about maybe not like really respecting therapy and stuff like that, like what is the are we just like on to this level of like if you're crazy you just like die, like if you're crazy in the terms that you can endanger other people, you should just die? Like, where is the line here? Because if
I
he
don't know.
is, like the only way we know if Joker's rehabilitated or not for real is to let him out, and that's whether or not you think anyone of his level could even be rehabilitated. So at what level does it become
Uh,
judge, jury, and executioner, and we're just like,
yeah, there shouldn't have been. There shouldn't have been a chance. Like, there should not have been. Some people just do have to be locked up forever, like that. I mean, or you can kill them, right? You can kill them, or you can keep them in a cage forever. But they cannot be a part of society. They're
yeah,
broken. That one is broken. And it's like, well, everyone is broken, it can be fixed. Not him. He's a psychopath. There's something wrong with him in his brain. He can't be normal. So you should either kill him or lock him away forever. That coming out and then putting him around with hundreds of people like that. Frank Miller's blaming therapists
yeah.
for allowing shit like that to happen.
Maybe it's also like the
Putting them right back
rise.
out in the streets.
Yeah, maybe it's also. I mean, because 70s and 80s had a bunch of serial killers, right? And maybe it was also the rise of like insanity as a defense, right? Like the idea, like, well, doctors showing up and be like, my client had no idea what was going on, and may have done like horrific acts or whatever the fuck, and like maybe he's kind of saying something to that, like this therapist being like, well, Joker had no idea what was going on, and they even do a little bit of that commentary in Joker too, whether or not the person deserves responsibility for their actions if they were not quote unquote in their right mind.
I also like that Batman puts villains away and they come back out all the time. I like that
He
they've
got
been
a bill
given
of health.
reasons like,
Yeah,
oh, this is why they got out. It's
yeah.
like now you got someone to blame, someone else to be mad at.
I like the panel where Batman's coming to talking about his gyroscopic stretcher or whatever. Which also is
It's
like, that's
yeah,
like, you talked before about like, well, Superman can get defeated by Batman because he got hit by a nuke. Like that level of explaining. Like, did we need to know that it was a gyroscopic stretcher?
it was that novelist. That's what's like the extra bit of
Yeah,
explanation.
yeah. And also, it says so much
Ex
about Bruce, right? That he has a
yeah.
gyroscopic stretcher. Anyway, this is when they have their first introduction, and he asks her what her name is, and she says Carrie Kelly, and then she just says Robin. A really kind of like badass moment, considering you're
He
face to
was like,
face with Batman.
Bruce is like, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. He's like, so hype. Robin comes with us.
how do you how do you want to explain the moment of
You
him?
can't.
Okay.
I'll get into it. I'll do this one
Okay, hold
because
on.
I have
Let me
not.
set it up. Let me set it up. So at one point, Bruce gets up because his arm is slung with Carrie's Robin cape, and so Bruce gets up and he like is just like, I want to say like manic, maybe CTE, but he's just like feeling this rage in him about being Batman and like getting back on his feet and all this other kind of stuff. And there's like um sees like a bat, villainous bat and stuff like that. I think Carrie Kelly sees the Jason Todd thing, is looking at that, and eventually like he like gets up and hugs her.
Well, so again, we'll just put these two together right now, and then we'll talk about the other stuff
Yeah, because I still have
after.
the mayor stuff here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like he gets to the cave, and she goes and starts fucking with the back computer, and then he's got to go find his will again. All right, so he takes his clothes off, and he's walking deeper, deep into the cave, far away from the Robin, and he's taking off his clothes or whatever, and he's going all primal,
He's
and
also
he's
not
in the
told her what
cave,
he's
and
doing, right? Like he's just, this
no,
is a
no, he didn't
concussed
tell her.
man who stood up and
Yeah,
walked away.
he's completely fucked up, right? So like he's in this cave, and she even asks Alfred, "What's he gonna do?" But Alfred knows how
Yeah,
he's going to go find himself. So he's not like he's done this before.
yeah,
Like this is
for
just
good
what
or
he
for
does.
bad. Yeah,
But he's never had to do it with the girl in the cave. I guess he just
yeah.
didn't think.
It's a little weird. It's a little weirder when you have to explain it to somebody
No,
who don't live there. You know?
He goes into the cave. He comes back out. He finds Batman, whatever, the bat again. And he comes back out butt ass naked, and he fucking and Carrie Kelly just runs into his arms, and he touches her shoulder, and she turns around and she hugs him or whatever. But he's butt ass naked, and she's 13 years old, and it's like a loving embrace. And I've always tried to like figure out like what exactly is that? Because I know it's
Are
it.
you are
When I
you
read it the
alluding
first
are
time,
you
I
alluding
never.
that it's romantic
I
eventually though? Like you think that these
that's
are
why like
seeds for that?
I don't think he was thinking that at the time. Like
Okay.
I hope not. Anyway, but also it wasn't written that way. Like it definitely isn't that in this book. And when I first read it, I didn't think twice about it. Like I was like, like she ran into his arms and it wasn't ever played romantically or sexually or anything like that. So I took it as the moment. But it's like, why did you draw this,
Yeah.
Frank? What were you saying? What
Yeah.
what
And
is it that you're trying to say in this moment? Like, is it a moment of vulnerability? Like he's letting her in?
we were
Like
already
she's
talking
brand
about
new?
from Sin City the whole like Nancy and Bruce Willis characters. Like Nancy's like 16 or something like that. Bruce Willis is this big hulking old, you know, near heart attack detective, and she's in love with him because he saved her
It's
life.
a it's a whole spread. It's a whole
Yeah,
ass page,
yeah.
bro. And
They
the
want you to
funny,
look at that,
like
spend time with it.
it, it's been. I've seen it just suggested that like Frank Miller is a provocateur. Like
Yeah,
he just wanted to provoke a reaction with the image. I need to know. Like I need to know what does this mean? Like what is this?
yeah.
Okay, what is this? I don't have no explanation for this. I love this book with all my heart, and I've never. There's two things I just hate about this book. One of them is this because I got no explanation for it,
Right.
and the other one is Alfred. Like, why did we do that to Alfred if you
Oh,
were
at the
gonna live
end.
anyway?
Yeah,
What the fuck was that about? Like,
yeah. Very
anyway,
strange.
the
Um,
the other funny thing about this is that, like I said, I have the gallery edition,
mhm.
so I'm like, okay, I gotta see what the fuck this page looks like. I gotta see what the notes are on this page, and I get to this page,
Mhm.
and they don't fucking have the original
That's
art.
the
It wasn't scanned, and I'm thinking to myself, which one of you sick motherfuckers
has
has bought this
said that
art?
that's the one you need. I need that
I
picture.
need I need
That's the one.
this art.
Yes.
And you're sick because you didn't answer when gallery came looking for the
Yeah,
scan
for a
pages.
scan. Yeah, because those pages were sticking together. That's why. That's why.
It's like it's fucked up because it's all black, so he probably's got white marks on it now. He's like,
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I don't think I can't find it actually.
Yeah, it was very strange. And again, I think, like I said, there's a similar like run up moment when the kiss from Instant City that is equally like he's like grabbing her butt or something like
Do,
that.
what do you think? Do you have anything?
I think that it's meant to be like idolization. Like it's like what she would do to like a rock star or something like that, and he's supposed to be a rock star. My confusing thing about that image is why does he look like he still has a mustache? That's been always my weird thing about that. Did they want him to have a mustache
It's
and they forgot that
because
he did and didn't, or what?
looking at it like really close, I think it's because he has a busted lip. Like it's like
Yeah,
bruised on the other side. Like it's like lumpy.
yeah.
You see, there it goes.
Because he's not enjoying that hug, or he doesn't look like he's enjoying that hug. I think that's an intentional choice.
He certainly is not like, oh yeah, Robin is
He's
touching me
he's
naked.
accepting it because of he's impressed with her and
This,
has care for her, but she loves him.
if anything, the best explanation I can come up with is that this is meant to represent him accepting her fully as his Robin.
Yeah,
Like as because he's nude and nude being this is all that I am. Like
Vulnerable.
I've shown you everything on day one. Like not only my cave, I stripped off Batman. This is where I live. That's the best I got.
Yeah, and I mean the panel right before that, I believe, is her looking at Jason's clothes. So
Yeah, she is. Yeah,
yeah, so she's looking at it almost in awe, like how am I ever gonna fit this? And he hugs her almost like in a reassuring, "You are Robin" kind of way. I could buy that.
he shouldn't have no. He shouldn't have no pants on.
Yeah,
Just
yes,
happened.
we agree. I agree. She shouldn't have any pants on. We then have a moment with the mayor where the mayor agrees to meet with the mutant leader,
Yeah,
and as soon as he is left alone with him, the mutant leader breaks out of his own handcuffs and rips out his throat and kills him. And you know he's a
rips out
bad
his
leader
throat with
because
his teeth.
you know he's a bad mayor because I don't think anyone ever brings him up again.
No,
All right.
they asked him, "Do you want us to go in there with you?" Because no, I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And so he
Um.
goes. The
But
mayor is dead.
Carrie Kelly ends up going undercover and finding out from a
Oh,
bunch of. Oh, go ahead.
before we move on, this was some of those, like we got a couple of them in a row where it was like stories of the citizens in Gotham.
Yes.
And then you got the guy who he's got red hair, he goes to the porn theater and he shoots it up and he kills three people. I was like, damn, he D Simpson called that one. Like that
Yeah.
shit happened in
Legitimately.
2012. It
Yep.
happened in fucking Denver. Then you get the crazy person
Dressed
who
up as
I
Batman, right?
guess dressed up as Batman got shot and killed. But my favorite was the two panel one of the dude who doesn't like Batman. He says, I don't
Mm.
even approve of this shit. But he's like, he doesn't even realize he's been inspired
Yeah.
by Batman.
Hmm.
He's like, damn, and I heard this lady scream and I know I should be afraid, but I had to go down there and help her. And I was like, yeah, I like that shit. I love that. I
All the
love these.
different effects of how people interpret him.
Yeah, yeah,
The ones
I
who
love it.
idolize him and get it wrong. The ones who hate it and get it right.
Tremendous.
You know, all that stuff. Um,
Tremendous. I live in Gotham. I know these people.
no, they're real. Um, so yeah, Carrie Kelly goes undercover as a bald mutant and finds out that there is a pipe um near the cell of the mutant leader, and that's what he was going to use to escape. So Batman lures him out through the pipe and then tackles him as soon as he gets out of the pipe. I'm showing these panels. And then they
I
effectively get into a massive mud fight. What's interesting about this is earlier in the story, Gordon is coming up with ways to like arrest them all. Like, can we just find a way to like get them all in one place and then just like arrest them all and charge them all? And Batman's like, there's too many of them. I need to embarrass his ass in front of in front of all of them. That's the only effective way to quell this resistance. What do you think about that as a method? This idea of literally like a mud fight, mud wrestling to kind of, show like humble him in front of his gang.
well, one, I think the Carrie Kelly thing the because and I know it because I always really liked it is that he sent her in there to send them to the pipe. It
Yeah, yeah.
wasn't really that she like yeah like it was like we're setting them all up like it's such a Batman thing. Like I'm gonna send this little girl there to fucking spread this rumor and gather them all in front of the pipe. It's such a like multi-layered Batman plan. I, but the idea that I have to beat them and I have to beat their leader and become their alpha. Like the whole thing about Batman's influence, it's like it comes up a lot. It comes up a lot in different ways. I don't really know what he means, but I guess I haven't. I've been so busy in research this book, and I still haven't really figured out what the ultimate thing is being said about Batman and his influence, or the idea of influence at all.
Yeah.
But it comes up a lot in different places, and this is one of them where it's like I've got to use my influence to create community around me so that we can all take the power back. Like that's kind of how I took it here. So it's like Gordon wants to arrest them all, and he's like, I need them.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, to beat up your guys eventually one day maybe.
yeah. Actually, though,
Yeah. Um, I just thought it was like funny. This is where you get the. I even have the panel. This is where you get the yeah. You don't get it, boy. This isn't a mud hole. It's an operating table, and I'm the surgeon. Something tells me to stop with the leg. I don't listen to it, and you just get a big crack right off
so
screen.
beats the shit out of him. Well, he finally, yeah. See, this is the thing. Like I guess the idea was the first time they fought, he just wanted to test his strength,
Yeah,
and so that's why he went in there brutish. And so when he finally got in there and started fighting like Batman,
yeah.
he just won.
That's what
He
they say.
just won.
They say that in uh when they first have the encounter, he says like this mutant is fighting, like I wish I was like a younger man or something like that. Very reminiscent of the Bane thing, and this is very similar, right? Like of the like coming at it with pure rage and trying to fight him. Pure rage is not going to work because he's built for that. You have to kind of come at it at a different angle. It's realizing how much that trilogy took from, especially that last movie took from the Dark Knight. I just realized now, even just saying that they had to make up a retirement to pull him back from,
Yeah,
just to
yeah.
hit some of the beats of that.
When
That's kind of
when
funny.
people when people first heard that the Dark Knight Rises movie was gonna have like Bruce Wayne returning from retirement after fucking 10 years and after the death of a partner, it was like,
Mm,
oh shit, how much of Dark Knight Returns are they gonna do? And that's really
yeah,
that's
that's
the
about
only
it.
part you get.
Yeah,
Like
that's about it.
no return and the cops and it's gonna be a good show, and then that's it. But um the this is another more of that influence stuff is the we talked about Rob and Don. My
Hmm.
name is Rob. My name is Don.
Hmm.
The thing about them is that one of them is starting to really like Batman, and
Hmm.
the other one's like, leader. It's the leader. What are you talking about? Leader don't shave. And he's like, I don't know, Don. Batman, he's nasty, and
Yeah.
that's why it's like
Oh,
Don.
but
The
isn't
other
he the
dude's
one?
like,
He's the one earlier though that I think one doesn't he? Don't they get in an argument about whether or not the leader could beat him up? Because the leader says that he beat
yeah,
Batman up, and he's lying. And one of them is like,
yeah,
"That's
yeah,
the fucking no,
leader.
hell no, yeah, he ain't fucking beat up
It's
Batman."
him. It's him. It's when Carrie. It's because they're the first two that Carrie Kelly tells the pipe rumor to.
Yeah.
They're the first two to spread it out. They're
Okay.
fucking dumb. That's why I love them. They're stupid. They Robert. They have to wear their names on their shirt because they probably would forget. Like
Yeah.
you're right. They're having the argument about whether or not Lita could beat Batman. Lita said he pegged Batman.
Yeah.
Lita go peg Batman. Batman nasty.
So if
And
anything,
then so
they're
he says, like,
what is it? Consistent. Like,
they're
see, look at this
definitely
shit.
consistent.
Look at this shit.
And so they're fighting back and forth the whole fight. Obviously, they represent all the other mutants, but it's just that moment. Like they're so dumb, and he's just like, you see, Don, Batman, he nasty. And he's like, Don, hope Rob don't say balls nasty. Balls nasty.
Yeah.
Damn, why'd you say it? I love him.
Yeah.
God, I love these two fools.
Yeah. They're hilarious. Um, and then I had that panel where it says like the frogs croak. I'm gonna get to Gordon in a second. Bro, he looks like fucking Michael Keaton there. He looks like Michael Keaton in the
Yeah.
Widow's Peak that Michael Keaton got. He look like he's channeling some big Michael Keaton energy. But I think this is supposed
Don't
to be.
tell them that 3 years later.
Oh
They'll
my
fucking
god.
set you on fire.
Oh my god. I still uh what I got from this is the idea like Gordon is getting ready for retirement, forced retirement, but getting ready for retirement, and he is what's giving him peace of mind is the idea he's going back to his wife, and as soon as he thinks of Sarah, everything gets easier. Is what he keeps saying, whether or not he's telling that to himself or not. And then you just have Bruce like so gleeful that he doesn't have to retire, like literally like salivating at the idea of it turning into night and going out. Just having that kind of juxtaposition there. Um, it almost speak this interpretation of Batman almost speaks to the whole like never gonna be happy Batman. until we get to the end where he finds kind of community. Because if you're just going out there happy to do this every night, like you know what I'm saying, like I don't know what life becomes. Because like you said again, he's kind of already let Bruce Wayne die. So
I know that I just again that final line in this book, the a wolf howls. I
hmm
know how he feels. It's like the one time he's like fully like actually happy.
yeah,
I'm an alpha. I've established myself again. I feel good. This is what makes me happy.
and not to be that guy, but just to think that like those words came out of Frank Miller. Like look at Frank Miller, especially at the time. I think he's from Vermont or something. But the whole like
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like I know how the wolf feels when it howls. Like I don't know, it's just like very macho. It's like more macho than me. More macho than something I could write. Is what I'm saying. The guy
I
has a
think
lot of
you
testosterone.
definitely you have to be out there to have this character inside of you like
Yeah, that,
like
that
you
is kind of
say.
true. Oh my gosh. So we're gonna get to Hunt for the Dark Knight. I'm gonna go through it with a little bit more speed because we actually have examples. Because this is the issue where Frank Miller and Klaus Jensen really start to clash as to what they were trying to accomplish.
Damn.
So, thanks to Yogi, we have actual gallery level insight as to how things looked before and after Frank was able to get his hands on them for the reasons that we said before. This clash of how the book was supposed to look. Um, so let's get into the story first before we get into those images in particular. But we're gonna start off with now. This is one of the most ridiculous scenes. I love it, but the whole liquor store scene, right? Like all of it's ridiculous. The lady's barefoot that Batman is playing, seemingly in this scene. Something that's always made me feel weird and uneasy. Just being barefoot in the world, and then this Bruno character, who has swastikas on her breasts, and like these two SS soldiers that are hanging out. Like, where does any of this imagery come from?
She's
What
also
is?
she also got swastikas on each butt cheek. But the two soldiers are fucking Rob and Don
Oh, they
again
are
because they need a
Ramadan.
job.
I see them,
They need a
Rob and
job. They
Don. Yeah, I'm
have
seeing it
nothing.
now. Bruno, don't shiv. Golly.
They found someone new. They found someone new to follow. The kids are so impressionable. It definitely comes up over and over and over again. I get it,
Yes.
Frank. The kids are impressionable. You hate them.
But what is this image that What? How did Batman come up with this disguise? What is this woman supposed to be?
It's a she's a vagabond, like you would see her on the train, unfortunately. You would see
Okay,
her on the 6 train,
just had
barefooted,
some big ass
sleeping in the
feet, bro.
train. And
Kind of
it
crazy.
just, if it makes you feel comfortable, they are not feet, they're shoes,
That's
right?
true. So they have to be bigger than regular feet. That makes sense.
They're,
This is
they're,
why he's the
they,
fucking the Dark Knight, and I'm dude. I'm talking about it. But yes, Batman, in the disguise of this vagabond woman, smashes a bottle over the head of I don't know Rob or Don, one of those two. It becomes a
You're
big.
ripping me off.
It becomes a
You
big
sell
fight.
this at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I did say this. That 7-Eleven. Um, but it causes this big fight and a pursuit for Don, where Batman never drops the disguise the entire time. So it just looks like this random vagrant woman is trying to beat up this Nazi, uh, Bridget Nielsen looking woman, the woman from
That's, that's the only person that I saw,
yeah,
Bridget Nielsen.
Bridget Nielsen looking woman. But again, like in a master class of being a magician and putting like one hand, doing one thing and the other hand doing the other. You're in the midst of this fucking knockdown drag out fight between Batman and Bruno when a blue hue of light just bursts through and you never see him. You never show him. But Batman says, not him, not now. And then his entire situation is dealt with. The woman that he's trying to fight is mysteriously now wrapped in metal pipes. Her gun in flames, melting in front of her, and you just like the look on Bruce's face, like the storytelling here. What do you think about this beginning here?
This was another one of those show don't tell moments where you get the Superman, but you don't even see him yet. You see his effects. He stops the train. The
Mm-hmm.
asshole yuppie accountant
Yeah,
lets that guy fall on the tracks. He's like a piece of shit. This piece of shit comes up over and over again too.
yeah,
He's
he
a
does.
recurring piece of shit. Uh, yeah,
He
that's
keeps
great.
getting
That's just
interview
excellent
time.
stuff. Like, who keeps putting him on television?
Yes.
A good question. But yeah, that's really cool. Superman comes out. Bruce, we need to talk. He finally peels that mask off.
Yeah, but I just love that. I love that they're at that level where he's like, I'm not gonna sit here and like it, like you know, like called you out your name and all that stuff. You know who it is. You know we gotta talk. What I'm also liking is that even a couple pages an issue in, Carrie and Bruce are becoming a well-oiled machine. He seems to genuinely like her being around. He's digging it. You have this cool splash page here where they're jumping through the air, and they decide to track down Abner, because they know he made the bombs for Two Face, and so they're trying to see what he's up to. When they find his place, a bomb resembling a child explodes. Probably the weirdest design choice, but it just makes Abner more of a creep, right?
He said, Gary said, "Ew." She said, "Ew yourself,
Yeah,
bitch."
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice. I love those nasty little creatures. But they I think they are dolls. They're just sentient somehow. And it is the
Yeah.
DC universe. Abner's probably just a metahuman.
That's what I was trying to like. I was like, is he doll man? Is he toy man? I'm still just trying to figure out like if he has any sort of ability to sort of make them do that.
This was another example of like just this really great coloring choices. Is there's a spot here where she just doesn't color Batman at all because he's like in the dark,
Mm-hmm.
and then just down here with the silhouettes, it's Robin, so you just only get the
You know?
yellow cape like
Yeah,
that. I love that shit.
yeah. Silhouettes are iconic, and especially with that splash of yellow, just tells you everything you need to know. You don't need to see their faces or their logos or anything to know who the hell those people are. Um, we get the moment. We get the Clark Kent moment. Clark shows up. The iconic, boot up American hero with the chest open to the belly button. Clark. My boy got the chest, the shirt open to the belly button. Um, but Clark and Bruce speak as friends, with Clark warning Bruce of what to come if he stops. Bruce, nobody can make you do anything you don't want to do, Clark. These aren't the old days, Bruce. World's got no room for. It's like this, Bruce. Sooner or later, someone's going to order me to bring you in. Someone with authority. And when that happens, and Bruce says, like, I'll be waiting, right?
He said, "When that happens, Clark, may the best man win."
Yeah. Absolutely
Oh
ridiculous.
shit. Clark is like, man, I wasn't even trying to fight you. But
Yeah.
then he just gets that call to go deal with nukes.
But you see,
Hmm,
even in the
to deal
body
with
language here, right? You have Clark with his hands in his pockets. Can't see his eyes. Like he's like shuffling around like they're gonna make me. And Bam is looking at him dead in his face. And then you have the absolute iconic iconography of the fucking eagle taking a mouse out in the background while he's talking about like I might get set sick on you by the government or whatever. So all the symbolism that you might need. Speaking of symbolism, here's melting Ronald Reagan in an American flag suit. uh
I
and just this, right? Those cute little no, sorry. Let me start here. We gotta secure our stand up for the cause of freedom. And those little Corto Maltese people, they want us there. Just you ask them. Meanwhile, don't you fret. We got God on our side, or the next best thing anyway. And then we start seeing Clark as the red, white, and blue attack dog, literally going overseas and defending America's interests is what I will say.
Yeah,
Um,
straight up killing people.
so the bit of the background on here is that Corto Maltese is a small island nation in political upheaval at the time. A Marxist revolutionary force took over, communists. The United States intervenes militarily, and so Superman is sent to uh, Corto Maltese to crush the rebellion because we already had control, and they kind of rebelled back. And Russia won't
First,
like that.
the Corto Maltese would end up becoming like a real place in the DC universe, but this was definitely where it came from.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. It
Yeah,
became
this
it's
is
a big
first
place in
time.
Arrow. Remember,
Yeah,
they're always
and
fucking hanging out
the
in Corto
Suicide Squad
Maltese.
movie.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's where they fight Starro.
yeah. But the Corto Maltesian. Um, you have this also this like I was saying, just talking through the art. You have this cool page where it's Joker preparing for his um appearance on a talk show. So it's him at the uh mental institution talking to Abner about the bomb. And then you have Yandel talking with the GCPD about the cops and being able to take on Batman. And then you have Batman talking to Alfred about like getting ready. He's gearing up and putting stuff in his utility belt. My favorite line is her class is about to end. Go get Robin, Alfred. Um and should Miss Kelly have better ways to spend her evening? There's nothing better. He's making her cut school to fight crime. That's great. You're muted.
Well, I was just
Yeah,
say he
yeah.
said her last class is
Yeah,
about
yeah.
to end,
That's
so
true.
like
That is
he's
true.
he's
He picked it up
responsible.
just in time to fight crime.
See,
uh, so I love that we cut and then we see her as like the pilot of the helicopter or whatever, or the Batwing, I guess we'll call it. He's giving her a bunch of shit about it, but she's having the time of her life. Yindel orders to take Batman down while the Joker is at his talk show. This is the beginning of their feud with each other. Um, Batman does battle with the police while Joker poisons the entire crowd with those. I mean, you have that cool image of him standing there in the suit. Uh, that
David Letterman,
yeah,
rest in peace.
David Letterman about to get got, and yeah, you have this image that just looks like pencils, where the watercolor is just smoke. Of Batman fighting the GCPD in the smog. It's really fucking cool. Just because it's just pencils and watercolor, effectively. There's no real, color in that image, and it's supposed to be smoke. You can clearly see Batman taking everybody out there. Um, and then, like I said again, you have the toy bombs that can fly, going around and blowing people up. But what did they save the Doctor? Doesn't he come back
No,
around?
no,
He's not in it anymore.
no. Everyone is dead. The everyone in there is dead except for Joker. The he gets his neck snapped. Um, the other cops that walked in there got gassed. I think they all got gassed.
Yeah,
They that picture that you had of Joker a little while ago. I thought that was I thought that I really felt like I don't know, for a long time I used to misremember that as like a splash page. For whatever reason
yeah.
I thought it had a full page. I still think it should have,
It's a pretty cool picture.
but
And he's also
it's not
almost in a
even
very
that.
similar position that they showed Superman in when they showed him early on.
Yeah, exactly. And instead of a cape, but it's like he has this thing as if it was a cape. It's like
His curtain.
there's some. It's his curtain for sure, but it's something about this image that just feels like it's meant to reflect off of another, like off of. I don't have like a specific image of Batman or anyone in this book, but it just feels like Joker's meant to feel heroic or something
Yeah,
to himself,
he's
probably
definitely
because
standing with his chest out.
the thought bubbles are green. So if the thought bubbles, I mean not thought bubbles, but internal dialogue or whatever are green. So
Yeah.
I guess that's his point of view.
Mm-hmm. And if you're looking for, one of the first instances of a chain smoking Joker on a talk show, uh, this is where you'll get it from if you've watched the Joker movie. You know, he's right there with a cigarette, right there on the stage, and I don't know how many other interpretations of Joker smoke. Might be the only.
I don't know how many times they've been able to show the Joker smoking
That's true.
with like
That's true.
cigarette.
That's true. I forgot that a lot of times they don't even like depicting that shit straight up.
Yeah,
Cigarettes.
or it's illegal.
Um.
But you do have that cute little under thing of Batman getting Carrie on the helicopter and trying to treat her like she doesn't know how to ride it. And she's like, yeah, whatever. I don't know anything, old man. And then
Mm-hmm.
now he needs her help.
Saving.
And
The,
lucky for him, she hacked that shit as soon as he left.
there's a lot of moments where he's damn near ready to die, and she saves his life, and then he like hugs her, like he's like, oh my god, thank
Thank
God
you
you were
for not
here. Yeah,
listening.
thank God you were here. Yeah. Um. Yes, we got everyone gets poisoned. So now, for some reason, in my thing, I have my Superman image, Superman holding up the tank, and then I have your comparison images. But this is the first example I was showing before we finish the rest of the recap and then get to the meat of the matter. But this is an example. I don't know if you're able to see it on your end.
I I this image of Superman with the tank has been like an iconic image. Like I've always known that image of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
So when I open this gallery edition, I find out that this is like we're gonna look at a lot of other instances of this in a second.
Yes.
But there had been like small revisions done in issue 3, and it's like one, and it's like two, then it's like three of them, then it's like a
Mm-hmm.
whole page. Then
Mm-hmm.
it's like I never expected one of the most iconic images in the whole book to be one of the things that got affected by this, but it was the entire goddamn page redone in what I think is like a lower quality way. Like I like okay, so the left image is Klaus Jansen's original inks
Yeah.
of Frank Miller's drawing of Superman. The
Mm-hmm.
right image is Frank Miller's re-inking because he was unhappy with Klaus Jansen's version of it. So
Right.
I I'm like, but look at the fucking left image. It's so much better
Yeah.
than the right one.
The
I thought, like,
the,
I
the
still
anatomy
think
even kind of looks better.
because it clear to me that he was furious with this and he didn't want to do the whole piece again like fully because there's a lot of detail gone, like
Yeah.
it's just completely gone. Like I'm just gonna get this shit, I'm just gonna get this shit, and I'm thinking like there's no way that's the final product. But then if you bring back up the color one, that absolutely is
Yep.
the final product. It's
Even
the
with the
one
hair.
without any of the detail and the hair is all fucked up and everything. But then you mentioned that Frank thought Jansen's work was too within DC's wheelhouse, like too traditional.
Yeah.
And so I can see that if that was his issue, which I was like, what the fuck have you been finding wrong with this? Like, what is wrong with that? And it's like, no, I wanted to do some European or some Japanese influence. If he thinks that just removing the fucking details
It makes it
and
like abstract, like
making it
artistic.
more abstract is like artistic, then that doesn't only explain because this is him. Yeah, it's him re-inking, but it's also him like redoing his own shit too. Like so, like this kind of explains the way he draws now.
Yes.
Like people are like, oh, he's so bad or whatever. Going back and looking at these inks and looking at these original works and looking at his work now, there is not such a big difference in the way he draws.
Is this a George Lucas thing where you find out that his wife edited a lot of Star Wars and thus maybe
because
left
it's like
without?
this is also him. Like
Yeah.
it's still his art.
Yeah,
It's just
100%.
that for whatever reason, Jansen chose whatever dark places to be dark and light places to be light. And Frank was like, fuck all that shit. I want it to be minimal.
Yeah.
But in the process, in a rush, because it feels to me like he rushed, because of course deadlines and shit. He lost a lot of the original, uh, I guess, integrity of the image.
You think he's happy with
But
it?
I mean, it's the fucking
It is
Dark
what it
Knight
is. Like no one
Returns
knows
now,
anything,
right?
but yeah, no one knows any different.
It's the legend, and I don't think many people even realize it. I didn't even know until I found this. I was surprised. I was so fucking flabbergasted to know like this image that I've known my whole life. It could have been, in my opinion, even better.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a lot more talk. But I mean, this was the big one. But
Yeah.
or I thought
So.
this was the big one. I was like, it can't possibly get any bigger than that. Boy, was I wrong. And we're gonna get into that later.
So, Joker then visits Selena Kyle. I don't know what it is. Frank Miller loves an escort. There's escorts in
Well,
almost everything he has written. I don't know about Ronin. Are there escorts in feudal Japan? It's supposed to be one of the oldest professions.
escorts are an interesting story tool.
Yeah,
Concubines also,
yeah,
but it's interesting because I'm like, this is where the idea came from for Selena to be a prostitute in year one, where
yeah.
Batman first meets her. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, like this is the first instance of that. Like, you turned her into a sex worker.
Yeah, and
It's all good.
like again, like Marv is the big brute who falls in love with a sex worker. Um, in Sin City, and like they're always shown to be flawed women, but still women of respect. Like there's still power in doing that until they have to be saved at some point by big hulking
I think. I
dude.
think that's just the way. I think that's just the way things went back then.
Oh yeah,
But that also, I also think that he probably has some level of respect for them. Like,
it's
I mean,
weird, but I
I
do
think
agree. I
like
agree with that. Yeah.
right,
Mm-hmm.
right. It feels like it's kind of like it's probably misguided in the way he's expressing it, but like I feel like in his mind, these are strong women. They stand up for themselves. They take their messed up situations and they turn it into something that works for them. And he probably knows a few, and he's like, "Yeah, those are my ladies."
Yeah, yeah,
But, Selena, I never like when I said this is part of my ending for Batman. Like this exists in my Batman canon. Selena doesn't look like this.
in your canon.
Not in my canon.
That's funny.
No, she looks more like the old Tom King when Selena's old with Batman and
Ah,
Tom
yeah,
King's Batman. I was like, okay, I can accept that.
and that makes a
That's
lot more sense. I don't dig the
that's
pink
how I
hair.
see her here. I don't know what's going on with the pink hair and I guess the makeup, and I guess he really wanted to go for a hooker look.
Um, but yeah, Joker ends up visiting Selena Kyle and uses his poison lipstick to get her to get some of her escorts to powerful men in order to brainwash them. Um, Eating through just some of it. Um, Yep, comes from Selena Kyle. Now we have the senator that I was talking about. The senator kills himself. Um, he's brainwashed. He was sent. They sent. Selena sent one of her girls to this senator in an effort to have him go crazy and kill himself to lure Batman. I guess somehow, some
I
way.
definitely think he was meant to lure Batman. Like I think that was meant to bring Batman out.
What
Maybe
happens
get him
next?
caught by the police.
What happens next is again one of the most funniest parts of this comic, and I don't think it was unintentional for it to be that way, but it is you know somebody walks up to the commissioner and is like, "Hey, so what are the details?" And she tells them all the details, and then he walks away, and the same exact person comes up to her again and it's like, "Hey, I'm here. Is there anything I can help you with?" And it turns out that the first person to ask her that was Batman.
Stop that man!
Yes. And then with what is that? A double punch? A double fist punch? He escapes. with a fucking Star Trek Captain Kirk style double fist punch. It,
Punch ass in the
yeah, that
face.
is hilarious. He escapes, and then you sort of get um uh these panels of Superman. It's like resentment towards Batman, right?
Well, I'm trying to catch up.
Sorry, you're good.
I fucking I missed it. I don't know if it's like, yeah, I guess it's resentment of Batman being more free than he is and moving how he wants to move. I
That makes
feel like
sense. That makes
it's like
sense.
hating himself. Like, oh God, you sure? What does he say here? You the one that laughed when we got called into the subcommittee for questioning.
Yeah,
Sure, we're criminals. You said we've always been criminals. We have
there's
to be
that
criminals.
Panos and criminals, which again, that is what Bruce Wayne says to Alfred in Batman vs Superman. Yeah. What do you think of? I mean, why? I mean, not even what do you think of? Why? Why did Joker dress Selena as one?
Uh
Why?
he also tied her up.
Yes, he did tie her
I
up.
think it's. It, I don't know what exactly it is saying about this, but I know that it's meant to reference Wonder Woman and her original idea with William Marston and the way that he used to use bondage in every issue to get the boys all riled up and horny. And I
Yeah,
think that he's connecting this to the escort service, sexuality, and all those things go together. I don't know exactly how. I don't know the statement,
yeah.
but I know I know all these themes are present.
That's fair. That's fair. Through their conversation with Selena, they find out that Joker is at the county fair. Um, Yindel tries to take them down at Kyle's, but they managed to get away, and I mean they barely managed to get away, and it's mostly because of Carrie Kelly, which is where you get the good soldier panel.
It's a funny ass moment. Good soldier is all like legendary. It's a great moment, and then Yendel's like, and add child endangerment to the
Yes,
charges.
yes, yes. Yep, yep. He is not a fan. We have Joker giving out cotton candy at the he's giving out cotton candy when the dynamic duos swoop in. Another amazing splash panel of them coming down from the sky. And again, the sky is just detailed uh with watercolor. And the cape, the inside of the cape being blue, but it's still that dark suit. This new dark suit, this new darker Batman, really comes together. But Joker just starts indiscriminately shooting people, which I remember from the animated uh movie more because I guess because of the actual sound of the gunshots. But he just like doesn't give a fuck who's around, who he shoots, shooting people crazy. While this is happening, Batman is having this internal conversation with himself of like, how long am I gonna let this happen? Like in general, not today, not in this situation right now, but this back and forth with Joker where he keeps killing people every time he gets out, and I refuse to put him down. Um,
You know, I never noticed until now, until today. You know how many times I've read this book?
mm,
He when when Batman lands, he just takes out a gun and starts shooting at the Joker, like
oh,
straight up. Like he doesn't take it from anyone. He doesn't find it on the ground. He falls on the floor, reaches over to his leg, and pulls out the gun from his gun pouch and just starts shooting at the Joker.
funny as
Bow,
fuck.
bow, bow. I was like, what the
It's
fuck? I
on
just saw
site.
this right now.
It's
I
on
just
site.
like I've never.
Wait, hold up. Oh
It's
shit.
not
Yeah.
it's not like, I thought it was like a circumstance thing, but he came prepared with it. Like
That
he
he got
brought
that
it
thing on
to the
him.
fight. I I like Batman uses guns a lot in this book.
That is hilarious.
People, that's one thing that it's like, well, how can you get mad at Scott or Zack Snyder now? This is the only book you read.
Yes. living in a fucking dream world. But yet this fight is just brutal. Um, Partially because homeboy got a batarang in his eye. You know, they're breaking glass, they're smashing through exhibits. Um, I'll quickly just get to Robin taking out Abner at the roller coaster. Um, Abner dies as he should because he was a fucking creep. Says he smells like milk, whatever that means. But
Yeah.
we get to the only place this could end, the tunnel of love. And I love that. I don't love the fact that this happens, but I love Batman's reaction. He sees two dead people at the tunnel of love, and he's like, "That was two people too many." Like that, you know, like this is it. This is over. I'm done with this. And he confronts his greatest rival in the tunnel of love. Gets shivved for his efforts because Batman don't shiv, but Joker does shiv. And
Yeah.
in an effort to take out the clown prince of crime for good, he goes to break his neck, gets what, like three quarters in, and then decides not to.
Yeah, he can do it.
Then
He
do it.
couldn't do it. And Joker's like, you fucking pussy. You brought
Yeah.
us all the way here. And so, like, here's the thing with this scene
Hmm.
that I earlier I mentioned Martha with the pearls, and I was like, it's been interpreted as a sexual thing, sexual terror or whatever, and I disagreed with that. But this moment, I think, is obviously meant to have sexual overtones. Like, there's no denying this one. Bruce comes into this and he's like, tonight's the night. Like, tonight's the night. I'm gonna do it. Like, this
Hmm.
is the night. Like, it's been too much. I'm here to do it. Like, he's here. It's not that they're gonna fuck each other or that they want to fuck. It's that the scene is
Yeah, they're in a
designed
relationship.
around
Yeah, it's a
like
different
that kind of
relationship, but
sexual tension.
yeah,
It's like it rides the same waves. You know, like it's not sexual tension, but it acts just like it. And if you use sexual tension as a base for this violent tension, it makes it even more compelling because your mind is familiar with it, but it doesn't know why.
yeah.
It's just enjoying the ride. So like Batman comes here and he's like, I'm gonna do it. And they get through all this and they go through all this foreplay and they finally get to the time to get down and he can't fucking do it. He's impotent.
Hmm.
He can't fucking do it. And Joker's like you he laughs at him about it. This is exactly what happened. He just laughs at him about it and he kills himself.
Yeah.
Isn't that don't you just hate when that happens?
What do you think of the what do you think what do you think of the death of the Joker? You know, snapping his own neck.
Well, sick. It's just sick. It's just something. It was always harrowing. I guess it was always haunting to
Hmm.
me that he could break his own neck that way. Um, and you know, for what it's worth, even though Batman technically didn't kill the Joker, like because I would say it was his own cowardice, his own impotence. It's his own like that was a I wouldn't make that. That's not an honorable moment to me. That was a failure. That
Yeah.
was a limp dick moment, and that's the way it was written, too. So I don't. Maybe some other people see like honor in him not going all the way through with it, but at this point, um, you already first of all you already beat the shit out of the guy. You put a fucking arrow in his eye. You broke his whatever. You broke his neck halfway. You might as well finish the job. You'd be doing him a mercy,
Yeah.
but yeah, so the idea that this is impotence, and even after, like in the beginning of the next thing, he spits on him,
Yeah.
spits on his face. It looks like a fucking cum shot.
It does.
Like there's no denying this to me. I think that that one's obvious.
I also think that Joker probably, you know, this is probably suicide by Batman in a lot of ways, right? His regular life wasn't like his life without Batman wasn't great. Best case scenario, he gets to kill a bunch of people. Worst case scenario, he gets killed by Batman. You know, best case scenario, he gets to keep playing this game with him. Worst case scenario, he doesn't have to ever live without him. Very interesting. But I'm showing the last panel here. Very iconic ending there. This is when we now have, if you can the some of the examples that you have sent through from the art gallery. So we have
I
here.
I like I said, it started off like small, like one panel here, one panel there. Like the first page though, like right off the bat, he was
Yeah.
like, I need to change this. So like these would be Klaus's original inks.
Hmm.
I'm probably seeing everything a second
No, that's
delayed.
fine. That's fine.
But you also get these cool you also get the cool like that looks like I took a picture of the fucking notepad or whatever. like
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it
yeah.
actually fucking like but I it's a little hard to do because I'm like a second behind. Essentially, as the book goes on, there are more and more revisions being made, and I guess you can decide for yourself whether you think these were uh necessary or whether you preferred the originals versus what Frank's vision was. Now that, like you said, he mentioned that he really wanted like manga and European influence that Jansen couldn't understand, and I guess maybe I can't understand an artist's mind. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's like when I'm watching Dancing with the Stars or something, and I don't understand what the fuck everyone is getting tens for. But I was most surprised by finding out that the entirety of the Batman versus Joker finale, the whole thing, like
When here's
both
the
pages,
cops. Yep.
every single panel, he decided would get changed, would get re-inked. But yeah, these are great comparisons. This is an excellent thing that I'll probably post and share with everyone um outside of this so that you can have that comparison because this doesn't really exist online. I've looked
No.
around, like I don't see these images online. I don't see people having the discussion about this. But yeah, this was just wild to me that they fell apart so much in issue 3 particularly.
Yeah. When Jensen talks about it, he has this level of like, or maybe even like corporate speak, and maybe it speaks to Frank talking about how like established he is in the business, right? Like very like this is just another writer on another project that I was tasked to ink on. It was a job that I signed up for, kind of thing. But when like trying to be put in a position to disparage Miller, was still very measured in his, in how he spoke about like, Frank is a genius. Like he is, and he's gonna have his things. And if you work with a genius, you have to kind of know what that's gonna be like. You can tell that it might have been really rough 40 years ago, but they have a level of mutual respect now that they're able to get past it with having water under the bridge and stuff.
I got to well when I originally when I went to get this the Dark Knight signed, one I was only able to get 1 and 4, so I'm coming for 2 and 3.
Hmm.
I'm coming, Frank. But they were together, so I feel like
Uh,
they had to have patched it up. As you guys can see, there's 2 signatures on that book. I'm looking for you, Miss Lynn Varley, if she's still alive.
yeah,
I should look that up, honestly.
that's fair.
It's like I don't know. Uh, but yeah, they were together. So I would imagine that they patched it out because if you could sit next to the dude, they were like sitting right next to each other. They weren't swinging.
Yeah.
So I think that was his wife. What the fuck? Why didn't I
Oh,
know that? Why didn't I know that?
that makes
Well,
a lot of
now I
sense.
know why. Now I know why she wasn't at the signing.
There you go. That makes a lot of sense.
That was Frank Miller's wife.
The colorist.
Up yeah, up until 2005, and they were married in 1986. Shit, I would have got married after that too. I would have got married after Dark Knight Returns. Fuck yeah, baby! You
Put
see
a
what
ring
we
on it.
just did?
Better
Do
put
you
a
see
ring
what
on
we
it.
just did? Uh, good
Um,
stuff.
all right, we are at our final issue. Dark Knight Falls, which starts off with Yido showing up with her men to take down Joker and Batman in the Tunnel of Love. Bruce spits on the Joker, claiming that he's mocking him, and doesn't know how the hell he's gonna get out of here because he's by himself. He's already injured. He's literally passing out while he's thinking about stuff. But luckily, Robin is here to help. I got the panel here where the new commissioner is like, "You son of a bitch, freeze!" and Batman just cold cocks her in the face, shoot gun, and then he still believes that Joker is mocking him. Going through a lot right now.
Stop laughing.
Stop laughing. This here though of Batman being roped like a child, like lassoed to the helicopter or whatever. Absolutely hilarious. And so Robin shows up for backup and ends up saving Bruce's life. They bring him to the med bay with Alfred, who says that he will live. He's gonna be okay. We have a shot of the mutants in prison because they're trying to, I guess, literally they have 87 members of the mutant gang were captured by Batman, and they're trying to get them moved to a state penitentiary. It's literally like I don't even know how to say it, like a ticking clock, right? Like, like you just have all these gangsters in one big ass cell. Something bad is gonna happen. It's gonna happen soon. Um, while that is all going on, we get another message from the president because it turns out that Russia is not too happy with what's going on in Corto Maltese and has sent a motherfucking nuke. Um, I just love that every time you see Reagan, he's doing like an old folksy, like kind of, hey guys, sorry about that, but we just got nuked, kind of thing. His face is literally looking like it's melting, falling off. Then Clark,
It is a disguise. It is like makeup. Like he doesn't really look like that either, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because they show him at one point and he's like really old, and
Yeah,
it's like, whoa, shit, that's not how you looked on TV.
he's barely put together. But Clark gets out, diverts the nuke, diverts the nuke. Um, yeah, diverts the nuke, but he basically takes the full blast. Batman is pissed because he knows that this was an eventuality that was going to happen, that Superman was going to end up being used in this kind of way, and that what the consequences of that was going to be. And the biggest thing is, although the nuke didn't damage anyone in particular, it took out all of the power in Gotham. I think it may be in the country, but definitely in Gotham. So Bruce gears up because if he thought that his city was chaos before and needed some wrangling in, it definitely needs some wrangling in now.
It
But
did something that we kind of understated there was when Batman beat the mutant leader and the Sons of Batman started taking after him. He they weren't using the same techniques as him. They were being like uh overly aggressive. They were chopping people's hands off for stealing and shit.
yeah,
I still don't know if Batman approves of those methods or not. Like it
yes,
wasn't made clear. He just adopted them all.
right, right. And they're trying their hardest to just be like Batman, even though they don't know what the hell that is.
You're all my Robins.
Um, so Batman decides he's going to deal with the crazed citizens, especially after the power outage allows the mutants to escape. They're all out in the streets. I love that he's like, Carrie, you ever rode a horse before? And then he just gives her a horse. Um, but because of the lack of power, planes are crashing. They're falling out of the sky. There's flames everywhere. It's a very dangerous situation going on. So there's only one knight that can help put this night to rest, and that is the Dark Knight.
They there's a fucking great scene there where this it's just great. It's just another thing of the mutants. I love them. There's just they want TV. They were
Oh yeah,
fine. They were quiet. They were chilling in the cell while they had the TV on. But the second TV goes off, all hell starts breaking
a
loose.
chant.
TV, TV,
Yeah,
TV, TV, and then they start killing the fucking guards. But yeah, we got a 9/11 scene, so that
yeah,
happened.
yeah. As it would, as it does. And then you
Did they
have
keep this?
you should have had they. Why didn't they put Bruce on a horse in Dark Knight Rises.
Well, yeah, that movie that actually would have been really cool. But did they keep the plane crash in the animated version of this?
I don't think so.
No, right? That
I
would have
don't think I
been.
remember. Yeah, I don't think I remember seeing the plane crash. Which
There had
again,
to be a reason for the
horrific,
fire.
absolutely fucking horrific. Yeah, but in here it's
Jim.
like a Final Destination thing. It's like the thing, plane hit the tower hit the cars have gasoline in it. Explosion.
And they all blew up and set Gotham
Yeah,
on
yeah,
fire.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah. So it's
we
like
go back
literally like the worst fucking Final Destination kind of situation there.
we get an estab like we go back to that shot that we always see of Gotham, where it's like establishing shot of the city. The whole fucking thing is on fire.
Absolutely ridiculous. Um. So yeah, Batman is doing what he can. You have these sick ass shots of Park, like just almost not human anymore because being just like depraved of energy because of the nuke, especially this iconic image, which looks ridiculous on the face of it, but it is an iconic image of Superman. Um, you know, just being completely drained of all of his energy. But he uses flowers to regain his strength. And he is afraid he's basically done with Batman's bullshit. But so is the president, because while Batman is dealing with crazed citizens of Gotham, this is where you get a lot of those stories of people talking about. They just say that something came over them, right? A lot of them are just, I don't know if they're using that as an excuse for human nature. But a lot of them are just like, I don't know what
Yeah,
happened. I just I started punching somebody.
it was a two-sided thing though, because it was supposed to be like both sides of human nature. Because first you get Jim Gordon, who's most worried about Sarah. Like we've been telling us that the whole book. I think about Sarah that makes it easy. I think about Sarah
hmm
that makes it easy. Now he's scared. He's scared for Sarah. Is she fucking dead? But he has to stop and help these people because he sees chaos around him, and he's Jim Gordon. But the people around him just start helping, and
Yeah.
everyone just starts helping because he started helping. And human nature is like everyone is following his example. It's really cool. And then on the other side of that coin, you get people that fall into the chaos of the night, like the priest and the fucking asshole accountant. And
Another thing though, like I have it up here on the screen, right, where he's talking about Batman, and you see Batman pick him up while on the horse, lift him above his head, and then chuck him just in a general direction. Like absolutely great stuff there. Um, what do I got up next? Oh yeah, and then the president's just basically like, yeah, you know what? I need you to take him down. He just finally calls for it. He orders Superman to rein in Batman, while the you know higher ranking people up here.
oh, that's the scene. That's the scene I'm talking about, where
Oh,
it's
he's
like
old.
Nixon's. Yeah, he's got no makeup on or anything.
Yeah, he loves wearing his American flag suits and robes and shit.
There's like I mentioned Gordon earlier. He There's a lady that comes out on fire, and he thinks it's Sarah, but then it's not her, and
Yes.
he finds out that Sarah's fine. There was a version of this where Sarah gets blown up,
Wait,
and
doesn't he get to
sh
Sarah later on? Because he says something about Sarah went out to get milk, and then he hugs a
yeah, it's
woman
right here.
in silhouette with the
It's
milk.
right in it's right in the next page after
Okay.
Batman. After the guy complains about Batman,
Okay.
he's she wasn't home. She went to get out milk. She sent him out for one more goddamn thing, but she always needs one more thing, and so she had to go out to get milk, and that saved her life. But apparently, she would have been like in the original version of the ending. She would have got blown up, but she would have been on fire a little bit, but she wouldn't have died. He just would have been like,
Would have been
Sarah,
on fire
no,
a little bit.
a
That's a
little bit.
fantastic
Some
description there.
people get burned.
Um, so we also get another Justice Leaguer showing up here, Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. And he's shown up a little bit worried about Bruce, knowing that Superman is going to be called eventually to stop him. And there's some allusion to him having a run-in with Superman before, and that's why he lost his arm. Did we ever get any clarification on that?
Well, there was Frank Miller did a book called Superman Year One in like 2019 or something like that. I I don't know if it got addressed in there, but I know that there is a Frank Miller Superman story that takes place in this world that came out in the late 2010s. So
Okay.
take that as you will, you know.
Okay. But Ali knew best because Superman basically lays out the challenge where in flames, and it was snowing, so a lot of heat there. The scene
Where?
the scene ends up set. I guess it's in Gotham Square, quite like the middle of Gotham.
He said crime alley. He whispered back to him
Oh yes,
when
Crime Alley.
Superman,
Yes, 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 yes.
yeah, he says crime alley. He just says it, which is another cool thing. You don't have to yell at Superman.
Yeah. So they literally set up a time and a place. Both combatants enter the arena. He tries to test Superman's speed and stuff, and realizes that he is weaker, he is slower because of the nuke, but he's still fucking Superman, right? So at one point, the Batmobile becomes part of the fight, and he literally lifts the Batmobile and rips it open, but he doesn't see Batman in there. He sees Carrie Kelly in there, and he says, "Isn't it a school night tonight?" So him saying that just shows that he's not in like a blind rage about this, right? He didn't just
He doesn't
blow
even
it
want to
up,
be
or
here.
yeah, he wasn't even supposed to work today. This is the part that always gets me. It's understanding that he doesn't want to be here, and all the tricks that Batman puts him through, and all the bullshit that Batman puts him
I don't give a fuck. You came, didn't you?
through.
Boom.
Yeah, hooked up to the power grid, electrocuted from the power grid, kick punch. You have the iconic punch image, right? This one. Um,
it's. I do think that it's pretty crazy that this is happening like on the same spot where his parents died. Like
yeah,
he, that goes. I don't. They say crime alley, and they stand under the lamp, but like I just don't feel like that's
yeah. I
we
didn't
just
think
don't talk
about it.
about that enough. It's so cool, like that. That's the spot where this is happening.
He, the day that he felt like it was like the worst day of his life, or the day that like the day that creates Batman is the place that creates Batman will be the same place that Batman dies. You know,
Isn't that cool?
yeah, that's really I didn't even think about it like that, but that is cool, and I don't know, like him fighting a god just also brings gravitas to all of this because
Hey,
he wish he could have fought God, back in those moments where he was a god. He wish he could have
this
been a god to stop those moments.
that's what this is to me. The, this book starts off so grounded
Hmm.
and so relatable even. The old man coming back and like I said, the scope just grows and grows and grows until he's literally fighting a god and himself becoming a fucking mythical. He's becoming mythic.
Yeah,
He's beyond man. Like he's beyond the man now. Way beyond the man. How did we fucking get here? Like
he
I
kept
blinked.
realizing I just feel like he kept realizing that his body was never going to be more than what it was, and whatever he wanted to be was bigger than he could physically be. And just the reiteration of that message over and over again, what he what becomes of Batman becomes so much bigger than him after this, right? He becomes a martyr for the Bat cause, if anything, in this moment, and this is a moment everyone would have seen or everyone would have heard of, one where Superman came to take him down and he didn't heal. But yeah, like at one point he punches him in the ribs. Superman does, and breaks his ribs, showing just how easy it is. He's not straining or anything. But then Oliver Queen comes and he does his key part in this, where he shoots a kryptonite capsule, a kryptonite arrow capsule at Superman, something that will be used in Batman versus Superman. Again, took a lot from this book. Weakened, Bruce literally puts the boots to him and delivers the line. Do you want to deliver the line?
Oh God,
In all the
had
years to
the I
come.
wish I had the audio. I want you to remember, Clark, in all the years to come, in your most private moments. I want you to remember my hand at your throat. I want you to remember the one man who beat you. And then he fucking dies.
That's what I'm saying. It's some cold, cool shit that if you never read, like if you didn't read past this, or someone just show you those 2 pages, you're like, damn, you really. But no, he cheated. He like cheats. He disqualifies himself. He says, "I beat you," and then he slaps the ref. The ref calls the fight, and the winner is Batman. But no, um, as this is happening, Superman is saying to Bruce, "Bruce, your heart. I can hear your heart. Your heart's being irregular." There's a very small
He
panel
just
of Bruce.
punched him in the face.
Yeah, there's a very small panel of Bruce taking a pill early on in preparation for this fight. Um, and it is revealed that it is some sort of something that delays his heartbeat. So his friend in this moment, because of the heartbeat, it's so I that's the only thing I really have an issue with. Is not really have an issue with, but like Superman being tricked by it feels a little off. But um,
I
then we
mean,
have
I don't see how he would have.
wait, think about this.
Because there's no way
Look at
for
the screen.
him to know. Uh, uh, that's the bro, man. And he's like, get away from him. Don't touch him.
Look at him. He's
Oh
just
my God.
he's just
Look at this shit. Okay, so like I've been thinking about it, right? And I'm like, so they killed Alfred died so that Batman can have a clean death, right? Like
yes.
so that Batman can die, right? And so I guess because Alfred is 90, he would have been willing to make that sacrifice, and it shouldn't be that bad, but it still feels unnecessarily cruel. Like, wait, so you lived, but Alfred dies? Like, fuck
Also,
you,
like,
Bruce. What the
how does
hell?
it happen so immediately? Was it like some sort of cyanide
He
pack?
no, he took a pill too. He took a pill as well.
But he didn't
So
know
his
his
was
was gonna
timed out.
stop. Like his heart was gonna
But
stop, like
like
slow down and start
but
back
he
up
acts
again.
like he's like, oh, of course, and then he dies. Like if he didn't know,
Yeah. Also,
what
this
did
is
Bruce tell him? I'll meet you.
on the other. Yeah, I'll pick you up. Don't even worry about it. Um,
He fucking lied.
is this the first instance of the Nightfall Protocol? Of like, I'm done with this. Blow everything up.
Blow it all up. That's a good question. I don't think that would have just had a name, but I can't imagine it's the first time they did self destruct. You know, like
Everything.
that's such
Yeah.
a yeah.
That's a get out of jail quick situation for a rich person.
Like, there's no way that that's the first time, really.
But yes, Alfred is sort of Alfred dies. The manor blows up, the Batcave blows up, everything else blows up, and Bruce is seemingly dead. At his funeral, Kyle yells at Superman, while Gordon tries to, console her. But even then, and even when he sees a mysterious girl that looks similar to Robin, both of them stop at the he has fucking laser eye. What is it? X-ray vision. They both stop because Superman hears a heartbeat pick back up and realizes that his friend is still alive. And I like that Batman's like, "Fuck, I did it too late. Whatever. I took the pill too early. He fucking hurt me." I really like that line because again, it's like it humbles him. He was 10 steps ahead, but 1 step short. Really, really cool stuff. And basically ends with him starting anew and bringing training and bringing and adopting all of the mutants to become, I guess, something bigger than they were. So yeah, you go from
An
having this.
army.
Oh yeah, the Bad
It
Army.
sucks. It sucks. Like when you think about like, oh, like, because it's like obviously okay, they went away from it, but there's a version of this, and it's in the back of this it's in the back of this trade paperback.
Mm-hmm.
They have the original proposal for the last issue, and it ends with well, one, there's no Oliver Queen. The Batman has to fight with Superman, but he doesn't fake his death. He gets caught by the CIA. And then while he's captured, one of the nurses kisses him on the forehead, and she says, a lot of us love you, and she gives him a she slides him like a little needle or whatever, and he's able to cut himself open and
Okay.
pull out a and he pulls out a fucking cyanide pill, and he
Oh my
eats that
gosh.
shit, and he fucking dies, and so they think he's dead, and then his body disappears, almost similar to the way they dig him out of the grave here, and then he's in the back caves, hundreds of miles away, just like this ending, except that they're not walking to discover it. We cut to him sitting on a fucking throne, dressed as Batman, surrounded with Carrie Kelly next to him as his Robin, and the fucking Sons of Batman as a militia
Oh my
behind him.
gosh. Oh damn.
And and I was like, whoa.
That
I was like, whoa.
that is a
Like
lot.
that's intense.
Didn't didn't they also make it hot? Didn't Carrie make it hot in the animated? Didn't she show up with the shovel? She does,
In the
right? She showed up with the
animated
shovel,
movie,
right?
she
Like at the
has the
funeral.
shovel.
And he's like, what the fuck is going on there? Um,
Yeah. Oh, one last thing that I thought
go
this
ahead,
one
brother.
didn't have to be cut. The news lady, Lola,
Yeah.
she had been throughout the whole book, she had been about to mention things and they would tell her, stop, you're gonna get us in trouble. Stop, you're gonna get us in trouble. Stop, you're gonna get us in trouble. Originally, it looks like that was gonna pay off with her blowing up about them hiding the the Superman and Batman fight from the media, and then she was gonna go
Ah.
in herself with a camera crew and broadcast it, and then get in trouble and get caught by the CIA and all that shit. Uh, but yeah, they took all that
I
out.
have her own little arc. Pretty damn.
That would have that would have been interesting.
Um, yeah, this was a hell of a in-depth breakdown. I just want to bring up a couple of the things that kind of would spiral out of this. So this redefines Batman as an older, physically broken, and psychologically obsessive version of the Batman, as we already talked about. This directly influences Ben Affleck's Batman, but there's elements like the Arkham games use tanks now. The hyper component bone snapping sort of fighting styles also more modern, and in these Arkham games, literally the arm cracking, breaking stuff that we saw with Absolute Batman definitely is, has its roots in this. Um, I think from this fight with Superman, we get more and more Batman versus Superman situations where you get all the way to like Injustice, BVS. But it starts kind of here, like I said, this is where the debate kind of starts. Off of this, you know, 4 years after 3 years after this, Batman '89 will come out. After Batman '89, there's an entire decade with no Superman content. So Batman just kind of runs roughshod over the DC media for a very, very
Thanks,
long
Frank.
time. um, uh, the constant TV cutaways and stuff like that is stuff that you will see now, and like The Boys, everyone's like, oh, social commentary is really killing it, but this is the book that really put that kind of stuff on the map. Same thing what we were talking about with the Joker. They elevated him from being just a cartoonish villain with a gimmick to saying that he is definitively Batman's greatest villain, biggest villain, most symbiotic villain. Um, this obviously redefined graphic novels and what graphic novels could be, and then thus graphic novels changing what comics could be and how comics could be written. The level of freedom that certain creatives are given with these miniseries, and now and it also like burned all the old man whatevers, right? Like any old man whatever or Daredevil, Cold Day in Hell or any of that kind of stuff is gonna owe a lot to this book, where you pick up in a kind of distant, mostly dystopian future, and a grizzled superhero puts their gear back on for one last fight, one last good hurrah. Um, and yeah, I really, really liked going back to this book. It was extremely dense, but extremely rewarding when you consider all the factors of what was going on in real life at the time, what was going on in comics at the time, what this comic would do for the industry and do for Batman, which is one of my favorite superheroes. Um, and then, like I said, all the interesting stuff that going on with the creative and the art and stuff. Before we get out of here completely, is what would you like to finally say about, or any last things you want to say about
Uh,
Dark Knight Returns?
well, what else? What else can I say about the Dark Knight Returns? Right? I, I, this book is forever going to be my favorite comic book of all time. Which again is different from the best comic book of all time, which I think is still DC: The New Frontier. But
Yeah.
this right here is my favorite comic. Like this is it. This is what I built my tastes on top of. This is where like this is the bottom level.
Hmm.
Everything else when it comes to comics was built on top of this. So I love this shit. I'm
Yeah.
glad that we were able to spend the proper amount of time just giving it the attention it deserves and going over it with a fine comb.
Yes. The absolute version of The Dark Knight Returns, at least in audio form. But yeah, I feel the same way. A definitive take on Batman, and has colored so much of his DNA, and for good reasons. It was a carefully plotted, carefully drawn, uh, passion project from a creative that people can have whatever they want to say about him now, but you cannot change the fact that he changed the game when it came to superhero storytelling. So, thank you, Frank. Um, we put this in the middle of our absolute stuff because this is hitting his 40th anniversary, but we should be back on track for that next week. Um, so yeah, check us out
It's time
there.
for the Martian.
Yes, yes, yes. It's gonna be time for a Martian Manhunter next week. But thank you guys for listening to this episode. Every episode of the Major Issues podcast is available at comicbookclick.com, which is a one-stop shop for everything Comic Book Click. We write articles there, we write reviews there with our international review team, and we sell our merchandise there. If you're trying to buy anything to help support us, roll over social media at facebook.com/comicbookclick, Instagram at comicbookclick, and you can use that hashtag comicbookclick to talk about the newest, hottest, latest, the greatest things to come to comic books and comic book media. We're at Major Issues CBC on Twitter, at Major Issues CBC on Twitch, and might be looking for some new avenues soon on social media. So check that out. I know we're on Blue Sky. I don't know how to get people over there. Just Google Comic Book Click and Blue Sky, and
You don't.
yeah, just get over it. Just get over there. It's like Blue Sky user whatever the fuck. I don't know. We're on Blue Sky. I think we're on Threads too. Check for us everywhere. Um, if you want people to find you, well, no. First of all, come to comicbookclick.com for every episode of the Major Issues podcast, because although it's on every podcast app of choice, Podbean, Stitcher, the Apple Podcast app, TuneFind, YouTube, Spotify, and more, if you go to comicbookclick.com, they're all there. Every single episode. That's over 419, I think we're at. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of fun. Go ahead and check that all out there. And it's the best place because we share that bit of real estate with the guys over at Dirt Sheet Radio, the industry leaders in all things professional wrestling and pop culture. They're killing the game with their post show conversations, their live show breakdowns, you know, opinions, award shows, all that and more. Killing it over there. Jonathan Escudero runs a tight ship, and those boys are busting their butts. But is there any other place you want people to find you, or any other place you want them to go?
Definitely check me out at the Dirsty Radio sites. I'm Dirsty Radio news updates, everything, all those graphics, all that pop culture entertainment news. That's all me. So go check that out. I'm on True Heel Heat like once a week, once a month. I can't do once a week. God, imagine that. I'm gonna kill myself. Too many to stretch myself too far.
Yeah, right.
Once a week for the AEW pay-per-view post shows. You can check me out there. But other than that, I'll be here on Major Issues once again next week for the 420th episode because
Yeah, come on.
of course.
Yes. And that's gonna be I didn't even think about that being that should have that is it's right that it's the Martian Manhunter episode. The Martian Mindfucker episode. Um, so yeah, thank you guys for checking us out here. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Become a Patreon at patreon.com/CBC Clubhouse. For as little as 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you can help us keep our lights on here and support us for doing what we do free of charge. Uh, and I think that's all I got there. Find us on social media. Join us next week, and that's all I got. So all I have left to say is, my name is George Serrano, aka the Don,
This is John Escudero, aka Yogi.
and this has been our Dark Knight Returns 40th anniversary recap and review. And remember, whether or not you shiv or not, whether you shave your mustache in a sleepless rage, think that you shall become a bat, or just want that Dark Knight to return. Remember that we are the Clique, and always remember that you, yes, you, are worthy.
Recording stopped.
We gotta get us off.